So today we're at Fractal Macrocosm V2. And if you joined V1, it was with Chantal Matar. This time we're thankfully joined by Zouhair. We're very happy about that. If you don't follow him on Instagram, the Fractalog, he's always creating these kind of crazy fractal designs and patterns. We'll be using the Mandelbulb 3D software for Mac OS. As you see on our website, you'll need to use Windows on a virtual machine for Mandelbulb 3D. So Zouhair, aka the Fractalog, is a business developer, anti-disciplinary artist, and educator born in Lebanon. He has studied in the UK and is currently based in Colombia. He uses installation, sound, photography, digital technologies, and video to research the relationship between perception, ideology, and technology. He's been exhibited internationally. His artwork evokes hybridity and human-computer collaboration. He experiments with audiovisual creations that incorporate computational algorithms, recognizing forms in the visible and invisible universe, such as patterns, wavelengths of light, sound, and space-time infrastructures. So welcome, Zouhair, and just really quickly, for everyone that's here, if you see the message in chat, but also say here after the webinar, when Zoom finishes processing the video, you'll get automatically an email with the recording link to view. And just want to remind everyone that not everyone learns at the same pace, and we want to give you as much content as possible. So if you feel that the webinar is too fast for you, feel free to sit back and watch and then go back to it in the recording at a slower pace. However, if you do have a question during the webinar, please feel free to ask it. But it would be best if you could use the Q&A button. If you see where our buttons are, where your buttons are in the menus, there's one that says Q&A. If you ask questions there, it's easier for us to keep track of versus in the chat where it could get lost. But if you are going to talk in the chat, please make sure you switch the chat to say everyone. Right now, by default, it will say hosts and panelists. Make sure you write to say everyone so that everyone can see the messages that you're writing. So without further ado, let's hand it over to Zouhair and let you get started with your webinar.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm very glad to be with Design Morphine. So my name is Zouhair El Helou. I operate also as the Fractalog, and I use the Fractalog as a transhuman or imaginary person to create fractal art since 2017. It's been 5 years, actually a bit more, like 5 years and a half now. And it's always like it's a huge complex program, and I can't wait to show you guys how it works. I'm actually going to begin with explaining a little bit about the background of what are fractals. And let me share my screen real quick. All right. So basically, this is not in order because things are going to be intertwined, because that's how the program works. You're going to see we're going to have a lot of windows. So this is not in any way, shape, or form consecutive, or yeah, it's going to be fragmented as fractals are. So don't worry.
Sorry, Zouhair, to interrupt you. Is there any way to increase the audio?
Yeah, I think just
output?
having the mic. Yeah, is that cool? Is that better?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So we're gonna have at least 4 windows, 5 windows open at any given time, and the way it works is it might seem complicated, but we don't need to focus on everything and understand everything. It's mostly a program that we need to ignore most of the stuff that we're not using. So please try to like stick to what we're clicking, because you might lose track of what you're doing and have to restart the program. And we're going to start with the basics of fractal mathematics and then the user interface of Mandelbulb 3D, which is our program. Feel free to download it if you want to right now, even though we're going to get to that, but it's on like slide number 3 or 4. You can actually see where to download it. It's like a 20-30 megabyte program. It's not that big. We're going to talk about formulas, and formulas are actually mathematical objects. We're going to edit them and learn how to put them together in a hybrid kind of form. We're going to understand lighting, shading, shadows, and more inside of that. And navigating 3D fractals is a trip of itself. Then post-processing tools, which includes depth of field. We have artificial selection, and I think that's pretty impressive because Mandelbulb almost like 10 years ago had some sort of AI embedded in it, so that's interesting. Voxel stacks is cool for 3D printing, so we're gonna like touch a little bit upon that because that's in itself is a whole webinar. So, but I do want to mention it. And of course, generating HQ stills or photographs, animating and generating panoramic photos or 360 degrees renders, and the formats. So let's jump right into it. The basics of fractal mathematics. As I said, we're going to jump a lot between slides. So I'm going to actually begin with the third one, which is this one, because I'm sure you recognize fractals in nature all over. They are self-similar. They are reoccurring patterns in nature. It's basically how nature or the universe is constructed in order to be as efficient as possible. So when you see, for example, a coastline, it's actually, it has an unlimited perimeter. So a coastline has an unlimited perimeter because if you end up measuring every single line or every single deviation in it, it's never going to end. We can see it here in GIF. It's more or less like fake, right? It's representing an idea, but if you actually want to measure a coastline, you will end up with an infinite number. So there has to be a way to measure complexity in nature, and that's where fractals come in, because they have an infinite perimeter while having a finite volume. So you can see it right here. Let's imagine this object that's moving right here. The zoom ins with the black and white stuff. This is basically representing something that would have infinite limits of it, but inside it would be, it would be a limited object. So that's how nature, that's what nature uses in order to be as efficient as possible. You see it also in the Roman cauliflower, synapses, fungal networks, and much, much more. So for example, you see it in ferns, and you see here the fern, the green leaf, and how it's self-repetitive, like the bigger form is similar to the smaller stems and the smaller ones and the smaller ones. It does have a limitation, but this is basically fractal geometry in, that you can actually see. Also, we have our the snowflakes, lightning, electricity in general, plant shapes, river deltas, mountains, clouds, crystals, and bodily systems all have fractal properties. Now, there are many mathematicians or even philosophers that mentioned fractals in a way without naming them. The person who named them was the mathematician Benoit Mandelbrot. And Benoit Mandelbrot died in 2010. So it's not that recent. He actually has a TED Talk. You can look at it here on the link below. It's Benoit Mandelbrot, that 2010. And basically he describes how he was seeing nature in terms of roughness. So objects in nature like clouds, mountains, rivers, all have a roughness number, like a number of the roughness of them. And he would imagine this number, but he was actually able to, I'm not sure if invent or discover a formula that represents complexity in nature, which is the Mandelbrot set. And Benoit Mandelbrot was taught by Gaston Julia. Gaston Julia is a famous mathematician, and he had something called the Julia sets. So if you can look at the picture here on the bottom left, you can see the Mandelbrot set, which is this black, like a blob in the middle, and around it are shapes. These shapes come from Julia sets, and the Mandelbrot set contains all of the Julia sets. So the student of Gaston Julia, Benoit Mandelbrot, was able to basically discover the set of sets. And it's all basically a bunch of points that he uses this one formula, which is Z equals Z squared plus C, and he reiterates it into itself. So the formula is basically very simple, and you repeat it onto itself. And that's how you get the self-similarity that is proportional to fractals. And they are basically infinite. Your limitation is only computing powers. So that's how it works. Another example of looking at Julia sets are these options below. And we're gonna see Julia sets in the software. So this is all relevant. It's not pure math. We're gonna actually use these formulas to create art. Now, the app I'm using to create the render to the right is actually Frax. Frax is an app for iPhone and iPad, so it's pretty limited. It actually shows you the Mandelbrot set in a two-dimensional setting. This 3D effect is kind of fake because you feel it has depth and like shadows, but it's literally like a plain version of the Mandelbrot set, as if it's on just a 2D plane. And let me show you here this Mandelbrot set explorer or Mandelbrot or the fractal tree generator. These are cool to actually understand how fractals work. So you can zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. It's self-similar. It's always resembling itself. It literally never ends. Self-similarity doesn't mean like it's 100% always repeating the same thing, but it's always resembling itself. So it literally never ends unless your computing power has ended, because you just repeat the formula again and again on itself. Cool. So we're like looking right now at 2D formulas still. We still haven't seen anything 3D. Let's see the last example, and then we can go to download the software and jump right into it. So this is the fractal tree generator. So basically what you're using here is the formula that is very close of how trees and how your vessels and how your neurons and how everything propagates, how rivers propagate, how everything propagates. Because again, it's like the most efficient form that nature has. So literally like now changing numbers, there are versions where you actually have to put in the numbers, which is kind of what we're doing with Mandelbulb 3D, because we can't see it in real time. Like we can animate this much points in 3 dimensions in real time. So that's what we're gonna basically be doing there, animating that kind of stuff, but in a much more complex system. So feel free to check out the links, they're cool. They help you understand the whole thing. And let's jump now to Mandelbulb. So Mandelbulb is the software we're using. It's free. If you're on Mac, honestly, I don't have great news for you. It does work on Mac, but you have to actually install Windows on Mac, like on a bootable system. Like when you have to restart your computer and enter in your Mac, or have an application that runs a virtual version of Windows on your Macintosh. So right now, this download link, which is here, download MB3D, you go to mb3d.overwhale.com. And we're supposed to download today the latest version, and that's v1.99.35. That's how it's going to look. You can see it at the bottom right on your presentation. And basically, I just want to I want to show you something before we go there. So we can see here the Mandelbrot set in black, right? Just try to memorize the form a little bit. If you come here and you look at the picture at the bottom left, you can see how the 3D version of it looks. So basically, we're going to go into the software right now and create a 3D version of this black object. That's what we're doing, basically. But we also have tons of other formulas that we can manipulate, and we can mix them together. So we can create like geometric, organic, kind of alienish forms. It depends also with your lighting and the texture you're using and so many other elements. So I hope you're using this time to download. So 3D fractals are basically, as you see here in the examples, they're going to be chaotic equation-based objects. There are nonlinear equations. They are derived from or related to the Mandelbrot set, which is the black blob we're seeing here. And they have height and depth, definitely. They are actually made in spherical coordinates in order to actually see them. So we don't need to dive into that, but it's very interesting the way they coded this program. Honestly, there was no solution for creating 3D fractals before that, at least not an easy one. Now, the UI of Mandelbulb 3D. So I hope you have it ready, and you're going to see a lot of windows when you open it. You're going to see at least 3 of them. For example, you have the main window, which is this one here. You have the lighting window. You have the navigator, formulas, lighting, post-process as well. So when you open it, you're going to have 3 of them open. But what we're going to focus on right now is having the main window, definitely, the lighting one, the navigator, we're going to learn on it soon, and formulas. So let me go to Mandelbulb. By the way, I don't need to install it. When you download it, you just open it. So I downloaded the file as is, that's it. And you just open Mandelbulb 3D, the application one, .exe, and it just works. That's how it works. It doesn't need installation. Okay. Sorry about that. So when we first, go into Mandelbulb, nothing makes sense, I guess. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna calculate 3D. So we calculate 3D and we can see that we had an object, we just didn't calculate it. So that's how it works. You always make changes and then you calculate 3D. Okay, we're gonna always touch this button. It's on the main window. So when I say main window, that's the one, the Mandelbulb 3D one with the version number, and it has the blue, the only blue button, which is the calculate 3D one. Now, second thing we should, check out is formulas. Here we have this window for formulas and another window for lightning. We're gonna get into these soon. Let me get this down. So the thing is, in order to manipulate or in order to navigate, we're gonna check navigator, which is on the side of like the left side, right? So when we go into navigator, we can actually touch on the screen that we opened right here and move the mouse and we can actually view it. Now, because this is real time, you can see pixels, but it's better than not being able to locate yourself. Now, in order to move, if you're a gamer, you're gonna know how to move because it's basically WASD. And you can see the letters down here, like E, A, C, Q, D, to move out. C actually makes you like go lower on a vertical scale. W gets you closer. S gets you further. D gets you like to the right. And A gets you to the left. So you can click on it and have this mouse, this version, this way working. I'm not touching anything right now. I just clicked. And if I move the mouse, it's going to move with me. And then I can use the arrows to like circumvent it, to circulate around it and pick my angle. So let's say I want to go up a little bit. I want to zoom in. And what's cool about it, you can use a simulator of a telephoto lens or a wide lens, which means you can have like a zoomed in lens and you can have a lens that is more like wide, right? And you do that with F3. F3 is the zoom in one and F4 is the wide one. If you overdo it, you're gonna turn into a panorama. Like you can see it repeating here, right? Like look at this weird stuff. So yeah, that's how it is. F3 is what I use in order to escape, mutilations or aberrations in the form, in order to like keep it as clean as possible. In order to see what we're doing, because we began with this one to the left, and we're now on this one, what we're doing right now. So the way this navigator works, it allows you to see the fractal in real time, but also it allows you to. It works like in a way that has an in and an out. So there's in and there's out. So the way to send this out to the main window is this button here to the left, which is sending out, view to main. Okay. And basically it says, send this view with all Julia and formula modifications to the main program. So whatever we modified here, we're gonna render it now there and press the blue button again. View to main, you can see here we have this press calculate 3D to render. You calculate 3D and you have the image that you were just looking at. Now, there's something important to know. The navigator is not accurate. The colors are not accurate. Nothing is accurate. The form might have even like some pixels or some missing parts. So we can actually change like this section here. There's high quality. If you can look inside the navigator, you have this meter up, down, this lever, and you have high quality. You can turn it on and off, and you can have it like up to 7 or 6. And this is the lighting button. So the navigator is something that you just use to know where you are, and you ignore everything aesthetic, like the quality of things, the color, the lighting, just ignore it because that's not how it works. It's just helping us to locate ourselves, to understand what's going on. And it's going to help us also with animation and formulas and many other things. There's a lot of things hidden inside of the navigator, right? And again, the navigator is this thing we have here that I opened with this button to the upper left, right? And the more modifications I do, I can just send there. So I'm going to have a close up. I'm going to view to main again, sending out, view to main, calculate 3D. Cool. So let's try to change the colors right now. So we are learning a little bit about the window that we have, which is the main window. The other window we learned about is navigator, as you know, and so far. So we can do something before leaving the main navigator, which is you will notice here we have image width and image height. Now, you can change the image width and height, exactly like any pixel, numbers that you want. So let's say we wanted 16 by 9, which is like the cinema format. That would be 1080 by 720, but we're going to ignore it because we are having the checked keep aspect. So we're going to have 1080 by 810. Calculate 3D, it will get it bigger, right? Because we have now more pixels. Don't worry about these problems that we see here. The pixels, we're going to learn to fix these. But for now, we're just learning like how to get it bigger, smaller, and whatnot. You can have it down to 500 and it's like, it will calculate the height for you because I'm only changing the width and it's right now 500 by 375. I'm going to go upwards 2000. So I have 2K by 1500. Let's render that. You can see the rendering blue thing down here. It's telling you it's calculating ambient shadows and calculating the fractal. Now, after calculating, you can like see another version, which is in viewing. It says 1 of 1. You can go 1 of 2 AA, which is anti-aliasing, 1 of 3 AA, which is also anti-aliasing. And don't worry, we're going to actually render something from scratch again after me going through this. And we're going to use these again. And everything I'm saying is literally written in the presentation. Okay. Like there's nothing I'm saying that you will lose or that you will have no track of. No worries. So viewing here, let's have it on whatever, 1.3 in order to see the fractal. Keep in mind that if you want to save, we're going to learn saving at the end. If you want to save, it's going to save as you see it here. So the main window is what you're going to see for saving. So I can save like a version that is that big and one that is half big, but that has anti-aliasing, which helps the quality. And one that is 1/3 smaller, right? That has also anti-aliasing, which helps with the quality, but you're going to lose the dimension of it. You're going to lose the large image that you have in order to have better quality. So let's jump to lighting. So in the main window, you have on the upper right, formulas, lighting, post-process. Okay, let's press lighting. It's one of the standard ones that when you open the program, try to keep it as such. I found that older versions of Mandelbulb, if you move too much the UI, the user interface, it's gonna get a crash. And if we get a crash today, don't worry, like it happens so much and there's like backup for that. So every couple of minutes, it will save. So you're never gonna use your work. So if it crashes, I'm gonna also show you how to get your files back. So if we have a crash, that's normal. It's a program that is written by a group of people that the main guy just left. He's too busy for it right now. And we have like community members donating their time and working on it. So yeah, we're grateful. It's okay. Anyway, let's go to lighting. We have the first one, like we have tabs in lighting. You notice LI1, LI2, up until LI6. Okay. These are lights, like different bodies of sources of lights. So LI1 is on, LI2 is off. You can see the check mark here. Let's just keep LI1 on just to see what's going on. Let's turn it off. Okay, so now we know what is it doing, right? So now we know what LI1 is doing. So let's have it a bit more interesting, right? We don't want to work with standard lighting. So here we're using the tab inside of lighting LI1. It's on. You can choose the color. Okay, I'm gonna make it pinkish for some reason. I don't want you to get confused by these numbers. They could be 1, 2, 3, 4, but for some reason they're like cosinus and they're unnecessarily complicated. Honestly, if you go up with this, it's gonna have another power, and that's all that there is to it. Like you can test it, and that's how Mandelbulb is learned, is that you see stuff that are weird and just like test stuff and experiment, and that's how you get it, because most of it doesn't make sense. Like I don't need to understand the whole mathematics behind it in order to create something that I want to create, and I know what I'm doing and I can replicate it. So you can get there in like a couple of months after experimenting. So basically this is speculative light, and I'm going to keep it somewhere in the middle. Then you have light Y angle and light X angle. Basically that's the X and Y axes of the light. So we're going to try to modify this. It's a bit slow, have patience. It's not so real time. So I'm going to keep it somewhere where I feel like we have textures that are popping. Yeah, somewhere like here. So yeah, we can see what's going on. And we can add another one. This second one doesn't need to be a global light because we were using here global light inside of this tab. In light 2, we can use positional light. And the way that works, you press on positional light and you have this button that says mid. Okay. When you press mid, you have this cross and you can put it anywhere. And this is where the light is going to be. Let's try to put it maybe here. So you can see, I will click mid another time and I can put it here. So this is how you can put positional lights. You can put it here and then get it out of the frame as well, you know? So you can have an intensity that is high and then change the X, Y, Z position for it to be far away. This sometimes works. It's interesting. There's like a faraway lamp, you know, that is giving extra light. So with this, we are covering what lighting do. You have 6 options. You can add up to 6. You can mix them between global light and positional light. And we have a third kind, but we're going to talk about this in a bit. And you can go into right now, let's go to light 3 and add light map. So what a light map is, it's basically a map that is ready-made for you to apply light from it into your image. It's like a gradient. That's what it is. And we're now in light 3, it's off, so we turn it on. So this is a light map that you can see the colors, they're too white. That's why we have like a very illuminated photo. So you can go upwards and you can see this greenish and bluish one, and it will apply the same effect. And all of these are folders that you can add onto them. Okay, so I'm gonna show you how you can enter the folders of Mandelbulb and actually modify the files that are there. Like these literally have numbers like number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can add number 100 and have it a photo of you or a photo of a color map that means to you. And you can apply it then here by just clicking in the number, let's say 70. Okay, I think it says map not found, so 70 is a number that you can use to import your own photos, and usually they're in JPEGs, right? So this is how Lightmap works. Let's go back to 5 to use something. And you can move the position of it, the rotation of it, so that it fits more your fractal. I'm gonna try to find something that's obscure, like this one of space or this camouflage one. So let's keep the camouflage one and turn off the other lights. So we see the effect. Yeah. So me personally, I don't like using these because they have too much colors or too less of colors. And I don't like how it works with the program. I prefer to use other techniques, but you know, feel free to use that. And since we're in the lighting section, if you look down here, you can see presets. So you can see the Mandelbrot set in small thumbnails and they have different colors. Basically, press these, it's going to apply the color preset that you have here. And this is how you can create your own and save it. So let's say we like this one. Let's go back to Navigator. Now we learned on Navigator that we were sending out to main. This time we changed a lot. We changed colors inside of the main window and we want the navigators to know. So we wanted to have an in data. So we wanted to receive what is going on the main window and not send what we have. Because if we send this one right now, we're going to go back to 0.0. It's not going to work. Instead, we're going to actually be inserting. So this side of it, it says inserting. There's a red arrow that points up and you insert parameter. And basically it takes the data that we just changed on the main window and puts it on the navigator. So right now we can actually navigate as the navigator does and check out our fractal. Let's change the perspective, view to main again. So we're taking from here, from this in and putting in this out, okay? This in and this out. View to main, click 3D for render. And I think this looks awesome, honestly. Like we're getting much better quality right now. Back to lighting window. So we're in the main navigator and we have the lighting one open. Let's go inside of object or ambient or defog, you know, we should like experiment with these. So while we are using presets here, we can still do changes and like save our own preset, like on these empty squares that are basically invisible right now. So if you can see depth, it has a bluish and like orangey kind of or skin tony kind of color. If you look at depth here, that's where it is, and ambience. So we can change these. So if you click on the color square, it's going to open the hue, saturation, luminance. It's a lot of data, I know, but gets easier every time you actually work with it because you can save presets and save time from that point on. So I'm going to have the saturation as 0 just to try like a black and white kind of thing. And then I'm going to try the other one and also have the saturation at 0. So here we go. We have something that is almost colorless, right? And if we change the ambient one, it's like how the object is reflecting light. So I'm turning off light 1 just to see what I did here. I just want it more dramatic. So we can have it like in that shape, for example, like a more hard light. Yeah, that's interesting. It looks more organic with this lighting, for example. You can go ahead and change the color of the object as well. So we're inside of the lighting tab, inside of the global light tab, and then another tab. Like this is like literally every window has a certain set of rules and settings and so many rabbit holes. I promise you, it never ends. So let's go to object. An object will change not the background and not the reflection of the object, but the color of the object itself. Right now, for an object, I don't want to touch speculation because it might speculative light because it will have like a certain pixelized effect sometimes. So I prefer to not touch it unless I absolutely have to. Now, inside of object, I would check diffusion here. And this is the weirdest stuff. Okay, so we have these gray squares, and the way it works, imagine the first square here to the left is like the beginning of the object, and the right one here is like the bottom of the object. I'm going to show you with colors, like, and it's going to make sense. So it's going to change gradually. Okay, it's like the object knows its dimensions in terms to the proportionally to these colors. If we change the first one to, let's say, a very strong red, you can see like right now we're inside of it. So the first one is more inside of it. So we assume that the other ones are going to be more and more and more outside. Okay, so the gray one. And the way I'm changing these, by the way, I'm right clicking on them. So I'm right clicking here in order to open this one. So I can right click here and have a blue one. I'm making like strong colors. So you can see it's getting out right now. So the way this works, it's you're coloring the fractal from inside out. And you can do it bit by bit. You can go here and have, you know, this color, and you can change its position, and the position will change where the color is beginning and where is it ending. Let's try a green bluish one. And you can uncheck the glue sliders, this check mark, in order to have more control, because unless you do that, they're going to move together. So it's not going to have a lot of changes. But if you don't check this one, it's going to help you have more control. And again, you don't have to use that ever because you have other solutions, but it's one of these. So I think that's interesting because you can actually make colors that make more sense. Try to find something more organic or geometric or whatnot. And I see a lot of fractal artists that love black and white, and I totally understand that. It's cool to work with monochromatic stuff. And you can just add squares between two. So I can add this new gray between the red one and the whatever one. You know what I mean? So you can add colors inside of the fractal when you put the squares more to the left. And when you put them more to the right, you're going to have the colors appearing from the outside. And you can use all of these. So the only way to actually, get used to this is to actually use it. And it's going to look something like that. You're going to have these columns of colors. You right click on them and you choose new colors and you just kind of switch their locations and try to find a good fit. And this is our color adjustment that is inside of object and diffusion. That's the one here. Now we can have another solution, which is easier, which is to check this one here, which is use a map for the diffuse color. So we're going to have this option on. And what this does, it will apply a color map or a diffusion map onto the object itself. And as well, this one can be edited. Let me show you real quick where it is. We're in Mandelbulb. When you just download this, when you just extract it, you're gonna see history, M3 formulas, M3 maps, meshes, you name it. So inside of M3 maps, if you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, look at these, you're actually gonna find them here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. If you see the orange one here, is the same one as the orange one here. You know, it's number 4. So you can literally, and if you notice, like you can have from 1 to 16, and then 939, 940, 941. So from 16 to 939, you can use something of yours. It's got to be a JPEG. So make sure it's a JPEG, exactly like this one. Make sure it's a low res file. It doesn't need to be like 16 megabytes. It's going to get you a crash. Keep it under 1 megabyte if you can, you know, if you can. And you just name it, let's say, whatever, 17. By the way, 16 is something that I did, like I just had a photo added, so it doesn't exist on your program. You name it whatever you want, and you just click here and you go search for it. So I'm gonna add 16, and that's the photo that I have. Now I'm gonna go back and have something more colorful, something interesting. So you see that this pattern is kind of cool because it's applying like these like 3 different layers and monochromatic tones, but you can change the x-axis of it. Like your brain is not going to be able to compute where is the x-axis anymore, but you just know like the first one is changing it in that way, right? And then you have the y one. It's a lot of experimentation. I never know what to expect. And if I get it on this object, then I'm going to actually have another fractal object that is going to behave in a completely different way. So it's never the same thing. That's why it's very important to just like stick to the basics in this program when you're learning it at first, and then you can go ahead and experiment. Because if you experiment too much, you're going to lose focus because it has so many options, you know, and it's very difficult to replicate them. So what I'm doing right now is I'm changing the location of the map because I checked the button here, and I'm changing how it's interacting with the object, right? And so far, we're just like looking at the Mandelbulb set, a variation of it in 3D, and changing the colors of it and the texture and lighting. But we're not changing the actual formula yet, but we can do that. So in order to do that, we need to go back to Navigator. And since we have so many changes, we're going to press parameter again, which is inserting parameter, which is inserting all of the changes we just had. So this is funny, you know, like the colors are completely off because the navigator is not understanding the diffusion map. That's why, again, you never count on it. I kind of got used to it, but it's weird when you first see it, like this is exactly the same object, but you don't see it in the same way at all because they're not working in the same way. One is trying to show you real-time, faster things, and the second one is not. Now, you can go up to quality 7, high quality 7. That's the best thing we can do. And it's still bad, honestly. So let's have the lighting a bit close just to understand what's going on. And circumvent this again. Just want to be a bit far away in order to show you how to change the formula itself. So inside of Navigator, we can send this to main and render it. So we have everything like in check and synchronized. Cool. And now we're going to change the fractal formula itself. And this is where it's actually weirder than what we were doing before, because we're doing before like lighting stuff and colors, but right now it's like, it's not going to make sense. You just need to like have practice with it. So inside of Navigator, we're going to press this button here, which is a very small arrow. And it was hidden for me for at least 2 months when I first started learning the program. I didn't know how to use it. So, because it was so hidden. And basically I'm talking about the navigator. The bottom right has an arrow down and an arrow right. And you touch these and you can open more settings. The arrow down one is opening the camera settings. So it's showing you the far plane, the close plane, if the camera is standard, if it's rectilinear, which is not so different. I don't advise you to use it, just stay on standard. Or it's panorama, and panorama is right now is not going to look nice because we have this object, we don't have a landscape. But when you have a landscape, you can actually export like 360 stills. We're going to learn that today. So for another formula, I'm going to show that. But right now you understand that this navigator will show you on the bottom all of the camera settings, and to the right, all of the formula settings, the mathematical settings. So we have here integer power. It's between 2 and 8. And we can change this one and have it change forms. Now, what's going on is like I'm changing slightly, but if you look at the upper side of Navigator, you have minimum, fine, mid, and big. And this basically what it means is how much are you changing the number? So when I'm changing this, I'm like changing a little bit, okay, between the numbers. I'm not jumping too much, but if I put it on big, it's gonna jump more. It's gonna jump faster. And you can go, like I'm right now increasing the number, but it just can't go any higher. Like the shape is not gonna change. So right now, you know that we are limited to kind of 20. But on this side, I'm doing it using the big option. So we're missing out on the nice shapes. So big is too much. So we're gonna use, for example, mid or fine. Yeah. So right now the lever, this thing is like moving slower so that we can see what we're doing. So let's say we like this one, right? We can now send it to main. And look, we're at this point and now we're here. So we are changing the object in itself. So we're in Navigator, we send to main and we can calculate. Yeah, I think it looks good. This like, it's correct, you know, it doesn't need to look beautiful right now, but it's correct. It doesn't have any problems. And we need problems in order to learn how to solve them. And they will appear, believe me, especially with like pixels and quality. And when you change the image width and height. So that's what we have right now. I'm going to change the way the diffuse map is like mixing with the object. This is more like it's like a wrap, and it's called wrap 2. You have another one called wrap 1. So it's like wrapping the object. It's interesting. Sometimes you might find a photo of underwater or whatever you want, and it will feel like it's part of the object, you know, if it's a good quality one and doesn't have too much distortions. So you can experiment a lot with the same object using different colorings, different diffuse maps, different lighting. So that's how the program works. Like you can even save the formulas, and we're going to also learn that. So I want to actually go back real quick to the presentation. So we actually like have some sort of anchor. So when we began, we were talking about the UI, the fractal math, and right now we see that we're almost manipulating something that resembles the Roman cauliflower. Like it's almost like that. And there's actually formulas that can get you there, like that can get you exactly the same, not exactly, but almost precisely the same mathematical formula that hypothetically nature was using. Like if nature was computing, it would use this formula or something close to it to create this form, this organic form. And this cauliflower is made as such as to be very efficient towards nutrients. And that's how roots work and our blood vessels work. So we covered the main window that is always open. If you close it, the app will close. We're in lighting. We saw lighting. We saw what we can do with lighting, placing a global light, a positional light, and a light map. And we can actually change the color of the object itself using this weird, you know, window that opened, the adjustment color one, or you can actually add a map to it. So you can add a map to the light and you can add a map to the object. And you can download maps that like professionals did and just apply them because they're cool. And you have links in the presentation for these. It's like full of links. So formulas as well we covered, because I just showed you how to move kind of the formula. And don't worry, we're gonna actually have another formula where we also change the settings. It's almost like this one, this photo here, but it's gonna look better, believe me. Now lighting, as we said, has 6 tabs. Inside of it, we'll have more and more and more tabs. And formulas, oh, I should talk about this one. So it's good that we went there. And we explained the viewing image where we have the width, the height, and so on, where you can keep the aspect so that the image doesn't get distortions. And it's basically pixels. So if you have here 2K by 2K, that's a 4K image you're doing, you know? And it's as easy as that. So let's go back to the window of formulas. I'm gonna minimize that real quick. Thank you. Okay. So as we were saying, we were in lighting. Now we're gonna click formulas. And what we see here is 2 sets of tabs. The first set of tabs says alternate, interpolate, decombinate. These are types of hybrid. And if you notice, when you leave your mouse on tabs, it will tell you what it is. And that's very important because that's a tutorial. It has a lot of info and you just leave your mouse there. It will tell you what that is. And then you can try it. So alternate can alternate between 1 to 6 formulas. Interpolate actually works with 2. Yeah, because I barely use that one, honestly. And decombinate also works in a different way. So you need to learn these by experimenting. I literally can't tell you how they will work. I can tell you that one will morph two together, they will become the same body, and another one will put them as two separate bodies in the same space. Like they're touching it, interweaving into themselves, but they're not the same object. So there are many ways to apply it. But what I want to show you is like we have a lot of formulas in Mandelbulb. So if you notice here in Formula 1 or 2 or 3, you have the 3D set and you have all of these formulas, and every one of these is a different formula. Like, can you imagine if each one of these you change the colors and you change the formula and itself, like the object, that you end up with infinite possibilities? Like, even every fractal object is technically, or at least theoretically, infinite. And then you have this hundreds of them, and there are hundreds of infinities, because the options are endless. And then you can mix them together and new things might appear, and you can mix up to 6. So it's a crazy world. It never ends. It will get you sick if you love it too much. And right now, what we're working is the integer power, but we want to take that out. And if you're having the software right now, please put in amazing, the word amazing, instead of integer. And you're going to see you have a couple of these. So we're searching right now. We have amazing box SSE2, amazing surf2, and box 2. So what we want to do is click the amazing surf one. Okay. So right now we changed a formula. We changed something outside of navigator, and we can't see it unless we calculate 3D, but we want to see what we just did before calculating 3D. Because sometimes you have a bigger picture and you don't want to lose this time. You don't want to lose so much time while trying to wait for the render to come out. That's why we use the navigator, That's why we don't trust the navigator, but we still need it every single time to have a better workflow. So I'm going to press navigator, and this is showing me something really old, right? So I'm going to insert parameter, and here we go. We have this new object. It's bad quality, but we know where we are. Let's go back a little bit. So I'm going to click on the screen on navigator and press S, and this will allow me to go further back. And we can see it's almost like a rug, like a tapestry. You know what I mean? It's a tapestry of things. So this is the amazing box that we opened from the formulas tab. Let's view to main, sending out, view to main, and now we can calculate 3D again. So the colors don't work at all with this one. I'm going to actually put viewing to 1/2. So we're going to have a bigger one. And then put the dimensions a bit down, like 1700. Cool. Let's go to lighting. I always turn them on and off to try to do tests. I'm going to try to get the ambience down. So what I'm doing right now is just some testing. I'm trying to get something more interesting from this. So I'm going to click a preset to go back a little bit to normal, so I understand what's going on. Cool. So what you have here is this tapestry that has a lot of details, but right now we just don't know how to extract them. It looks awful, I know, but we're going to fix it. Let's go to navigator, parameter again. We have a lot of more details this time in navigator. That's Mandelbulb 3D. So let's try, actually, we're going to do something. So we talked about Gaston Julia, the mathematician that taught Mandelbrot about fractals, but even like they didn't even call them fractals because Mandelbrot called them fractals. So just a small piece of info. Mandelbrot called them fractals because he tried to find this word for the formula that he discovered or invented. And he went to Latin, and in Latin, the word fractus means broken. And you can imagine a broken glass, or when like you have dry lands and you have these cracks in the floor, or when you have river systems that you can see from a mountain and all of that. And that's what he was describing. These forms, this brokenness in nature and how nature is propagating. And that's why he called them fractus, which come from broken, fractare, which is broken. And funny, like ironic thing, this is non-Euclidean math, and Euclidean math means math that is based in like linear equations, you know, and lines and circles and rectangles. Fractals are much more different than that. And they're definitely like much more complex. So fractus, technically the word fractus is the antidote, is the antonym of the word algebra. Algebra means in Arabic al-jabr, which means to combine. So algebra or normal math is to combine, and fractus is to break. So that's how it is. They're like ideological enemies, if you will. And by the way, like we have even our cell phone antennas are based on fractal math. Our silicon chips are based on fractal math because, as I said, you can put a lot of or an infinite parameter in a finite volume. So you can be very efficient and in a very natural way, you know, in a very organic way that imitates nature. And this is helping us with the technology today, not only making art. So right now we're in amazing surf. I'm in the navigator window. I'm gonna check on Julia mode. So when we put Julia mode on, so Julia is the last name of the mathematician. Today it's an option. It's a setting on Mandelbulb. So let's put it on. And if you notice here, like honestly as well, this took me probably a month to figure it out. Like you just don't see it. The program is not user-friendly, but I love it, you know? So inside of this formula, you can see F number 1. So right now we are modifying the formula number 1, which is amazing surf. You can see its name. You can see it has 1 iteration. We leave that. We don't touch that yet. And here we have a list. If you put your mouse here, if you hover here, you can see you can scroll down. So you can scroll down using this one or actually press this button here. And we scroll down to the bottom and we put sphere or cylinder to 0. This will get us in more interesting shape. So what I did is I put sphere or cylinder into 0 and I just put Julia mode on and then view to main again. That's what we always do. We take in the main window from parameter and we send to the main window by view to main. View to main and calculate 3D. Okay. Let's change the lighting a little bit. I'm gonna go back to object. If you guys remember, we had a diffuse map and the diffuse map was better on the other object, but on this one, it's not working. So if I turn it off, then you can see the details. If I turn it on, it's too ugly for it. I don't want to even work with it right now because I know that this is a bigger, literally a bigger formula. Like it occupies more space than the first formula we're working on, which is the integer power. And right now we're with amazing surf. So this formula honestly is very good. Right now we have these changes. We're going to go back to navigator and take in from parameter. And we're going to modify the Julia settings, the numbers here. So we have 1, 0, 0. Basically just experiment with these. Let's go right with this one. And again, going right doesn't mean it ended here. It goes back on its place and then you can put it like, push it more, you know, that's how the program works. It's not like any other program I saw. Like this way of handling stuff is pretty different from what I know, but you get used to it. So I'm using the mid one here. Remember, you can change the fastness with which the numbers are changing. So if I have minimum, I'm barely going to see any change. But if I have it here on mid, I can browse faster, see what's going on faster. So right here, we're having these interesting shapes. We're having these very interesting shapes, like organic. If you notice when I'm zooming in, you're losing a little bit of the far plane. So the furthest point is becoming a bit lost, which is okay. I'm going to show you how to fix that. So we zoom in a little bit. Let's have view to main. So we see in a better quality what we're doing. Yeah, not bad. So this is promising. in terms of creating a nice object, an interesting thing that looks hyper real, or hopefully, because Mandelbulb isn't famous for being hyper real, but it handles fractals greatly. So I'm going to use a preset light just to see some changes happen. Yeah, I'm going to have the global light a bit lower, like to have some sort of a hard shadow thing. Yeah, something like that. Okay. The object right now is very plain. I'm going to use a map for diffuse color. At least try something. So I'm changing the scale of it, which helps sometimes. As I said, it's all experimentation. I honestly don't like these. I will stick with diffusion and like something gray right now because that's better. Now ambient is back to the way it was before. I can have it on, oh, sorry, not this one, but the depth one, I can have it like between a blacker kind of background and something like that. Okay. That's good. So again, I went to Navigator and I took in the formula. Now, when you're zooming in, you're losing details, you press F2 and this recuperates the details. If you can see here, F1 and F2 are for far plane. They're on the bottom left of the navigator. So if I press F1, I see less, and if I press F2, I see more. Now, you don't want to press 2 all the way because sometimes it's interesting to see a little bit of the object. Like you can feel it's a bit more interesting to see, to feel depth. Let's render this one here. So for example, we have a problem right now, is that we have these pixels. We have like, it's transparent, like we have a brokenness inside of the formula. I'm gonna come back here to the navigator. And again, I'm opening this this right section of the formulas. And I'm gonna change again the Julia sets, trying to get something more elevated, more interesting. I'm gonna actually put adjustments to big to be able to change more, to go through the whole thing. And you can see here, we're having like geometric structures that look pretty weird. So that's interesting. Okay, let's have it somewhere here. I'm gonna go back to mid, then I can control it more. Let's see how this looks. So I'm staying far away so you guys understand where we are. You know, we're still on this carpet, like this square kind of thing, but you can actually go much closer. Again, I'm pressing F2 because when I'm zooming in, I'm losing depth. So let's see this up close because it's interesting. Again, lighting makes all the difference. Where it comes from, the like how intense it is, what quality it is. So I'm not liking the background anymore. I think it should be more like neutral. Let's try something lighter. I'm just doing this to show you. I don't want to have too much colors and make you lose like what we're looking at so you can understand the object. So that's why we're gonna be working with like the lowest colors possible and hard shadows. Now, interesting thing is that you can share a bunch of code and actually show this to, send this to someone. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna start showing you that you can have this same render on your computer with only a text that is like 1 kilobyte. And this will give me a chance to check out the chat if something is important. And I know that we have Q&As. I'm gonna check these out a little bit later on. And right now I'm gonna go to chat after getting from clipboard. So I'm gonna teach you what I'm doing. We are right now in the main window. And you have tabs here, which is open, save, save pick, tools. Stay on open. Don't open anything though. And sorry, stay on save and click save to clipboard. So the button, what this does, it saves the parameters to clipboard as text. And afterwards you can press Ctrl V, you can paste it to insert the text somewhere else. And this somewhere else is gonna be our chat. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna copy it and you're gonna go to open, and you're gonna have open from clipboard and paste it. Like you actually copy it before doing that. And when you have from clipboard, it's gonna actually render the thing, as I did right now. Cool. So you get the text, you copy it, and then you go to open from clipboard, and it's gonna immediately open there. You just gotta have press calculate 3D. So I'm saving to clipboard, and I'm pasting here. Is it pasting? So for some reason, it's not pasting, but we're good because we have a backup one, which is in the slideshow. So if you go on the slideshow, it's actually the last one. You see this code, Mandelbulb 3D V18 accolades, and then all of these like gibberish numbers. This is the code that you can copy paste that would allow you to copy any fractal that you see if the code for it was shared, and you can have that within your program and start changing stuff within it, change the formula, do whatever you want. And it's a very, very low kind of quality thing. We will get back to saving and all of the options, but right now I just wanted, because I'm talking about formulas, how to actually copy a formula from one place to another, because it doesn't copy the whole data. It just copies the formula and coloring options. If you added a diffuse map from your photos, it's going to appear because, you know, it's not going to be within this text. It's not enough code for it to, you know, search for images online or whatever. It's very simple. So it helps you like with getting formulas that you think are interesting. So again, I'm gonna go back here just to anchor myself to see where we're at. We were checking the formulas, the lighting, and the width. We did a lot of that. Right now, we're checking the amazing surf formula, which is one of my favorite ones, and it's very various. It's very big. Like you can actually explore in it and make videos, which we're going to also learn today, by the way. And it's nice to just like have like a drone shot or a simulation of a drone shot with the amazing surf formula. Now we have formula sets. If you notice, when you're in formula, you have 3D, 3DA, 4D, 4DA, and so on. So you don't need to learn what escape time 3D formulas means or escape 4D, but they have a certain way how they work together. Now, sadly, our class or our seminar today, our webinar, it's not gonna have enough time to cover all of that. I'm just letting you know that you can actually dive deeper into that. And what I have here, and this is a clickable link. So this photo here is a clickable link because they're too small. And this is a guide for you to check out the formulas and not having to touch each one of them and render them. So you can know what you're doing, right? But you need to open it on your browser in order to see the names. So you can pick the object and be like, okay, you can go there and search for it and add it. And you know that these colors are just the standard colors. You can change them. You can make it more real. You can change the lighting. You can even change the formula or mix it with another one. So you have links here, which is download formulas. If you go there, you're going to see like 500 formulas, which is more than enough forever. And you have the formulas guide, which will show you what I'm showing here on the section of the right. And I put like this mini tutorial on how to put them in your folder. So when I showed you the folder, this is how you do it. You have the mini tutorial here, or if you want to add your formulas or add your height maps or your color maps, it's very easy. Just put it into JPEG and you do that. Now with formulas, they're going to be .m3f, which is a Mandelbulb extension, but that's how they're downloaded. They're downloaded as M3F and you just put them there. Now I did mention something that if we have a crash, we don't worry because we have backups. So the way to check that out is you're in the folder of Mandelbulb and you can see you have a folder called history. Now history is recording everything we're doing. Where I am right now, it's 6 a.m. So, and we're 13th November. So you have 11 a.m. and then like, let's just show the interval of time. 11:31 a.m., 11:37, 11:39. And these are like 2 kilobytes. So you're never worried because every time you do a modification, it's saving. So at any given moment, you're not going to lose too much of work. Even sometimes it's saving every minute, twice or 3 times. So Mandelbulb is very safe. Like I love how safe it is. I've never lost any project. And when you work on it 6 hours, you're gonna lose your process. You're gonna lose your progress. It happens. But there are ways to escape it. Like, it's definitely doable. You can save as a project file. I'm gonna show you in a bit. But it's fairly, complicated to try to um, kind of decide in what format you export, because you have so many formats. That's why I have a slide only for how many things you can export out of Mandelbulb, because it has a lot, for an experimental software. All right, 1 second. So since we're talking a lot about formulas, let's try to mix two formulas together. And the first thing we did was have an integer. So we can go to formulas again. And the way to go there is from the main window. And I will go to formula 02. So you have the first tabs, which is the type of hybrid. And then the second set of tabs, which are the formula 1 to 6. We also have lighting 1 to 6. It's very simple and like repetitive in that regard. So formula 2, because insofar we only know 2, we're going to add the only one that we know, integer power. And we have an alternate kind of hybrid with them. So again, we go to navigator to see what's going on, and we press parameter, and we have nothing. That's Mandelbulb. This is very normal. So let's see how to fix this. I'm gonna just check another one from the 3D, like a Beth. One of the Beths. It doesn't like it. Cool. Let's try another one. Bullbox is working. So right now what we have is we have Formula 1 and Formula 2. The first formula we have Amazing Surf, and in the second one we have Bullbox. So there are two formulas working as a hybrid together. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Let's try to see if we can do something interesting with that. And if you remember, the way to modify formulas is to go to your navigator, press formula, and here you have f.nr, which is formula number 1, and you press the up arrow. So you can see here you have Amazing Surf, and here you have Bullbox. So 1, 2, each one is a formula. If you go to 3, there's nothing because we don't have a third one. Yeah, here we don't have a third one. It's empty. Here we have a second one. Here we have a first one, and this is the reflection of it here. And this is its setting here in another window. So let's say the Bullbox 2, I want to have it less powerful, or actually more powerful. We're going to experiment with these. Again, I don't know what these mean, but it doesn't matter. Like, I probably have never touched the Bullbox, honestly. I know what kind of formulas I like because I tried them all. So I kind of saw this one time and it didn't do the works. That's why I'm going to change it. So this is how you work. This is your workflow. You keep testing. That's how it's going to be. So right now I added one that is called A-Box Platinum. I'm going to try to interpolate. It might not work. It might work. So here we are changing the way they're mixing. And this is what we're having. And we have the E-combinate. And this is the one where they can coexist. You know what I mean? Like, these are two formulas mixing together, but each one in its own entity and its own body. You know what I mean? So the first one is Amazing Surf. It's the tapestry thing. And the second one is A-Box Platinum. That's how it looks. And they're just like coexisting together. And you can change the coordinates of them. I'm not going to go deep into that because it takes too much time. You just need to understand the concept. And if you're pressing alternate, they're not behaving the same way because they're mixing. Yeah, it's like fusion. It's like a fusion of them and not coexistence. So this might be very interesting at some points. Right now, it's being like too, it's just boring, honestly. So I think I might cancel it, but I just needed like examples to show you what we can do. So let me try a couple of formulas and try to have something interesting, and then we can move on. I'm gonna try in another amazing surf with this one. Yeah, that worked. So we have amazing surf and amazing surf 2, and I just put them together in a fusion way. So they're fusing together. So you go to navigator again, we're still in it. And I pressed parameter, which is okay, which is necessary actually in order to see what's going on. And let me check what we can do. So here we have amazing surf 2, and here we have the first one, and you can change one of them apart, like each one of them apart. So right here, we're changing the scale of the second one. We go to the first one, you also change the scale. It's not the same thing. Each one is a different formula, even though they're based on the same kind of principles. The rotations ones are cool. Don't forget, you still have the Julia mode, and Julia like affects the fractal a lot. Like it literally opens from symmetrical points that are imaginary as now. It's like there's a mirror that is in imaginary and matter is going out of it. It's crazy. Like, I don't know how to describe it other than to show you. It doesn't make really too much sense, but we're like creating organic forms in a way. We're trying, at least. We're trying to create something interesting. So let's see what our test did. And right now what we're doing is mixing formulas, yeah? So this is very complicated. It will create so much options for you that it's hard to keep track of exactly what you want to, what you want to get out of it. So this looks kind of like bones. If you change the colors, it might look like alien meadows, or this will not be organic with these settings, at least. So I'm gonna actually check out the chat. Yeah, you can create 2D fractals, but today we're just creating 3D ones, because you can create 2D fractals, and I'm answering Hervé Glaze's. We can create 2D ones with like browser-based applications. So I think that's not interesting enough. You know what I mean? Like you can create even 3D fractals today on browsers, but they're very limited. So the thing about Mandelbulb 3D, that's even different from other softwares for fractal generations, and it has this analog feel. Another fractal generator for 3D is called Mandelbulber. And Mandelbulber is much more like based on GPU on your graphics card. And it's just, it's just like, how do you describe that? I don't want to say fake, but it's very like neat. It's clean, and sometimes they look like so artificial. And Mandelbulb, you kind of feel like you have this more analog feel. But wait, like this is personal style, issues if you want to, And Mandelbulber is easier a little bit on the user experience, so you might want to think about that. But today, let's cover the formulas that are specific and that are beautiful inside of Mandelbulb 3D. Because like even we can have the class on only one formula. So I'm gonna have to leave like Apollonian gaskets for another time, or you can check out browser-based applications of that. Let me check the other questions from Brett Hayer. So he's just having a hue in the viewer. I don't know how to get a fractal back in the viewer. I've been watching and hearing, but I don't know how to get a fractal in terms of a mesh. This is something I would like to have you go over. Sure. So I think what you have is the classical, you just lost your fractal. So what you can do, try this one. Let's go to navigator. Let me try to lose it as well. So I'm gonna lose it like that. Cool. View to main, whatever. So what you can do here, if I calculate, like I lost it. Sometimes you look away, or sometimes you have the far plane too low. I don't know. If you have that kind of problem, like you lost it, that's very normal. That's me for the first 6 months trying to figure it out. It's not gonna take 6 months with you, because right now you're gonna know what to do exactly. So when you're on the main window, press on position, and position is on the upper right. Position, and then reset. You see the reset button? Okay, when you pressed reset, you got press calculate 3D to render. So something happened. You press calculate 3D, and there you go. You have like a perfect view of your fractal. It's back where it's supposed to be. And honestly, I love it more like that. Like I love this perspective. We can work with that, with this. So cool question. So Daniel Valencia Ferra, hola. Yes, we can bake shapes for 3D printing. If you looked at my introduction, I spoke about voxel stacks. So yes, we will be working with voxel stacks. I'm not seeing the right menu on the main parameters screen. You're not seeing the right menu. So you're supposed to see this menu because it's embedded inside of the main window. Let me separate stuff. Okay, let me just close this one. Just let's forget about this. So this is the main window. Okay, when I touch it, formulas wants to be magnetically attached to it. Okay, but this is the main window and you're supposed to have these inside, you know? If you don't have these, there's something wrong. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's impossible. This never goes away. And I'm talking about position, rotation, calculation formulas, lighting, all of this doesn't go away. If you're losing the other stuff, it's because you're not knowing which, you know, button to click to open them. Yeah, so right now we don't have anything open. We're working with navigator. Let's start from left to right. Okay, from left, we covered navigator. You see it? It's on the upper left. That's navigator. That's where you change the formulas and whatever. If you can't find this one inside of navigator, this one, it's here. So it's on almost the bottom right. You have an arrow right, arrow down or up. It's actually down. These. So you gotta click these to actually open the Julia mode and to change the formula. Yeah. I'm trying to open it. So if you press formula, it doesn't open. You gotta actually press the button, you know? So that's what you gotta do. I hope that answers it. All right, awesome. Awesome. I hope I answered every question. I'm gonna check it out really quick. Yeah, I think it's good. If you have anything that I haven't answered, please let me know. These questions are like, I can answer them because they're quick, so that's fine. And let me go to Q&A real quick as well. Okay, I answered you guys. Sorry, I'm gonna use Q&A as well. So let's stay there. Awesome. Thank you for giving me this minute. Very good. So back to the presentation. So the person who asked me about 3D printing, yes, it's called voxel stacks. There's another way, but I decided to go with voxel stacks because you can create the stacks that you use for 3D printing, you know, like you got slices, sometimes they're called slices. And that's what we do. We can have like 700 slices, and the more slices you have, the more slices your 3D printer can actually make, and the material and whatnot, then you can make something that is like intricate and whatnot. And there's like amazing examples online. So navigating 3D fractals is in itself a whole chapter, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm going to be going all the time to it, but like talking about other elements within it. I think it would be cool to like, I don't want to have a break yet. If you guys are tired, let me know, but we can learn something more and then have a break, like a 5-minute break. I don't want it to be too long. And let's do one more. Let's do one more before the break. So let me just check this one and decide from here. I think I'm going to do artificial selection because like this was probably my first time touching anything related to AI in a like very weird software, like an alienish software. So let's try this one. I see the Q&A. I'm going to check that out in a bit. Let's do the morphing thing. So we're back to the main window. And what we're going to try doing right now is in mutagen. Let me show you on the presentation. It actually has a certain, yeah, I think it's here. So you see the arrow, it's this one. It's this one, and almost in the middle, the mutagen one, and it's on the main window. And what we're gonna do, as you see in the photo on the bottom left here, that we're gonna start with the starting point, and then we have AI randomizing renders for us to help us, be inspired. And it's gonna be cool because we put two settings together. So you can mix them in different ways together. So you understand like how much infinities you have in this program, because only from here, mixing two fractals, not changing anything, you can create so much options, literally an infinity of them. If you go back to them and change something in their color or the way they are mixed together or whatever, it's then gonna affect the whole thing as well. So it's a fun program. Fractals are infinite, and it's a way to manipulate infinity, or at least pretend to manipulate infinity. So we'll go to the main parameters and mutagen, which is mutation generator. That's mutagen. And basically, let's just try. And you see our image here. It's in the middle, bottom middle. And let's not change anything yet and mutate. Press mutate. It's our second blue button. So we have some interesting stuff. For example, let's check this one. And the way to send it is you right click on it and you send to main editor. Yeah. So the main editor, you remember, is the main one. We were in Navigator. This is almost, something like that. I'm going to actually try to copy parameters to clipboard before sending to main editor, because I want to try to send it to you. Where's the chat? Okay. That's so, I don't know why it's not pasting. Maybe it's not pasting because it's too long of a text, probably. Okay, so I have Walter here asking me a question, and I was able to send the formula there to Walter. I hope you guys can see the answer. Is there a way to slow your mouse down? Yes, there is a way. Inside of Navigator, you mean? I think you mean that, because if you want to slow your mouse down, you do it in your computer settings. I assume you know that. But if you want to slow it in Navigator, you can't. It doesn't work. You can probably press Shift, and that's the only way for it to work. I'm going to try right now. So in Navigator, like that's just my intuition. I don't remember. And yeah, you are right. Like here, the mouse is very like late. I don't know. It's weird. If you press Shift, I don't see any change happening. But if you press Shift and another button, it will be like slower. It will have a lesser effect. So if I'm going back, like with S, I'm going back, faster without pressing Shift. If I press Shift, it's gonna become like smaller steps. And it says so, by the way, here. It says hold Shift key for finer steps. It says so inside of the Navigator. And the Navigator looks so messy, but if you focus on it, you can see that up, down, right, left are, as we agreed, like A, D, and A, and E. And then W and S to go in and out on the horizontal. The rest are like vertical, And then you have I and J and L, like you can actually like move in like that or move in like that. You know what I mean? And U and O are for rotation. So sometimes you want to get your fractal exactly right, you use Shift and then you press these, because you got to have like smaller steps. Now, the thing is, the amazing surf is a formula that is bigger. Like technically these don't have dimensions because their big scale is exact, like they're infinite, or they should be infinite. They're equal to like thousands of iterations. But you feel that some of them are bigger than others. Like the details in some of them are bigger than others. That's how it is. So we were in the mutagen. I answered Walter, I think. I answered him with a message because I couldn't send it to the chat. It's not allowing me. It seems to be too big. But don't worry, you can still try it out by copying this one. And you guys have the presentation. Feel free to copy this one, this code. Right? You copy it, you go to Mandelbulb, you open main window, okay? You open from clipboard. I don't want to do it right now because I'm going to ruin our work. even though you can undo, but I don't advise you to undo. You gotta try as best as you can to not undo, because it doesn't undo your last step. It undoes your last render. So you're gonna lose a lot of stuff that you can't get back. So try not to undo. Undoing means redoing. that's how I see it in Mandelbulb. So you can copy this code and just try it out. And you can actually have a code and send it to your friend, you know. Or today, if you're doing something that you like, save it. Open a text and just save it. And you can open it later and save it as a bigger file when it gets bigger, you know, when it gets better or whatever. So back to the main parameters. Mutational generator. It forgot what we did before. We have new forms. You can change the setting here, which are exchange, add, or remove formulas, or change formula, the parameters of formulas. So you have like the strength versus probability. So you gotta try again. I'm not gonna know what this is gonna generate. I kind of have an idea. Like I don't change Julia modes too much because they are exponentially changing the fractal. And you have a Julia mode here. And another reminder, I know this is the third time I say it, but Julia are like pre-fractals, or fractal objects, but they weren't called fractals yet. The student of Gaston Julia called them fractals. And he invited the set that contains all of the Julia fractals. So Julia is something that you add to your fractal, whether it's 2D or 3D. Like I even have this option on my phone apps that make 2D fractals, and it works great. Like it adds a lot of dimension to it. It adds a lot of, I don't want to say realism, but it reminds you of real life more when it has a Julia option on. So I kind of like this one, the 2.2.1. I'm going to send it to main editor. So I right click on it, send to main editor, calculate 3D. I think that's a nice mixture. You don't have these too much. You have some sort of like brokenness. And again, navigator, we don't trust it. The quality is bad. You always gotta like change the lighting or do something. And right now it's being glitchy. So I'm gonna put the quality as low as possible because we don't care. It's just like reference. Okay, cool. I'm gonna try to circumvent it a little bit. And now I'm gonna press O. And what O does, it does this rotation. So I wanna keep it like on a plane. And if I wanna go up, I'm gonna press E. And I'm gonna keep my mouse here. Like I'm gonna press the mouse inside of the screen one time. And then if you move your mouse, you can actually change the view. And then I press E. It disappeared, but it's okay. Like we know that when we move on W and S, when we move in and out, we lose the far plane. And to fix that, it is with F2. So I'm gonna press F2. It's not gonna appear. Thank you. This happens. So I just lost it. So like I don't wanna say I'm a pro because I just lost it, but this happens. Like don't worry, you know. And even though I can see my coordinates, you can see here this like this square that has this, you know, green axis, but I can't find it. So I'm gonna press view to main. Because it has nothing, I'm not gonna render it. I'm gonna go to position, and we're still on the main window. I'm gonna reset the position and then render. So we're back to square zero because this is a resetted position kind of fractal, but we got it back. So we inserted back from parameter. Let's try to do the same thing. I'm gonna press O to rotate it. I'm gonna press C now to go a bit down. Like I want to pretend this is a 3D scan of a desert or somewhere, an alien desert. S, pressing S to move forward, to move backwards. A little bit of Shift A to move frontwards, or okay. So I just did a mistake. I forgot that my mouse was active. So if I move my mouse, I'm gonna ruin what I did. So I gotta click again and like deactivate the mouse and press Shift U to rotate it a little bit, just enough, and then view to main. Cool. We can render this one. So I don't think the lighting is working with this one. I'm gonna try the presets. That's what I do again. Like I just forget what I did, or I'm gonna try to build on it. I'm gonna try to build on that. So let's try to use a map. Looks really awful. Okay, no, I'm not gonna use a map. Oh, by the way, I'm pressing random here. So I'm in the lighting box and I went to the object side, which is the mathematical object we're using. Inside of diffuse object colors, and we covered these and how you can right click and change the colors inside, but you can actually press random and it will generate random stuff for you. And if you have this number higher, then the multiplier of randomness will be higher. So you'll have colors that are very saturated or like crazy different from each other. So right now it's 0.5. If I put it at 8, look how the colors will be. They're going to be very, you know, like vivid. Like let's put it at 4. It's a bit like more acceptable, kind of. Like, honestly, I'm trying to explain something that is very abstract, that is very uncontrollable, because I just changed this fractal formula so much that I can't memorize where to put these to get it right. Every single time it's different, even within the same formula that you edited. So the possibilities are just too much. And that's how it works. I think spreading the color. We can get the lighting better as well right now. And I think I want to add fog to it. Okay, let's pretend this is good. And we go to lighting. I'm going to turn it off as always to check out what I did, because you never know what kind of option you have, what kind of diffusion you have. So the ambient, so right now I'm in lighting, I'm in the ambient tab. And this is how the object reacts to light, how much it diffuses it. We don't need too much. Now this is cool because remember F1, F2, which is the far plane and not the far plane. So if I press F1, you can see I just ate part of the thing. So we are creating the illusion of depth because the software knows where this is in 3D. So what I just pressed is I went to Navigator and I pressed F1. And F1 means reduce the far plane. And far plane means like the point that is the furthest away from you. That's all. So F1, if I press it too much, I'm not going to see anything anymore. If I press F2, I'm going to see it all into vision. It's all equal. But that's boring. Like you want to give the illusion of that it's big. There's something big. And I'm pressing F1 just exactly like to have parts of it missing out. Again, view to main, generate 3D. Sorry about the window. I hope it didn't bother you too much. Cool. We can actually have this one a little bit bigger, 1900. So I hope you notice the cycle of working with this. You're going to do changes. You're going to check the navigator, send in the settings, and then send them out. You send them in to see them, and then you send them out. And you calculate 3D. So that's how it works. You have a main window, you have a navigator, and you have other things like lighting, formulas, post-process, so many things that affect different sides of the fractal. But it's all going to be seen as a clean version, as a clean slate, only on your main window. And it's going to be always sent from the navigator. And you're always going to calculate 3D to see what's going on. Now, it's worthy of to mention that there's another button which is called CALC, which is a bit higher from calculate 3D. And it basically says calculate a fast 8x8 blocky image without proper lighting. I think that was made for like 10 years ago. Like you're not going to have like a computer that is slow enough to not be able to calculate 3D, even if it's huge. And if you're calculating huge things and not calculating small things to test, then you're doing something wrong. Because you can go upwards with this, like sometimes probably to 20K, maybe 100K. I once did a very big fractal print and it was made of like, I don't know, crazy amount of pixels. Like it was so big, I would render each part and then stitch them together. So Mandelbulb can do that. That's a bit advanced, but I'm just telling you that you can create a photo that is as big as a city, you know, in terms of pixel density, because you can make, you know, every section equal to the maximum size that it takes, which is almost 20K, which is already a lot. So what you can create with it is crazy in terms of how big can you go, especially if you're using your settings right, because we're gonna even get deeper into the main window where we fix the settings. And this is the hardest part, is understanding the settings because they don't make any sense. That's why I created a table for you to understand the settings when we go out of Mandelbulb. Because saving is a totally different idea. Like in order to save a good quality image, you actually need exactly what you're doing with these tables and the calculation section. So right now you can see that we have a bit more depth. We're gonna stay into the lighting section. We're gonna go to defog, and defog means dynamic fog. Right now it's two colors, white and white. So let's try like moving this one a little bit. So there you go. We have a holy fractal. It doesn't need to be that, you know. Now, if you want to reset it, you just press on this one, you press on this one, and then you press 0, and it goes back to normal. But you can use like colors here. You can use colors, and it might be interesting. I don't use it a lot, you know, but it's awesome to know. And you can change the offset onset, like where does it begin, where does it end. So it's actually interesting to tinker with it. I'm gonna press on each one and press 0 to reset. And I can add not fog, but like depth using the ambient one. Sorry, using the depth one. So here we go. This is what we have right now. What we have is the illusion, or creating, you know, using the Z axis, the 3D axis, in order to give more or less of the object. So basically what we're going to do from now on is we got understanding, at least half, of what we're supposed to do. Like we went through it all. Now we're going to like create a new one and a new one and a new one, and until we get it, you know what I mean? And every time we go through the process, I will add a new piece of information, and you will get a chance to ask me, because we're going to go through lighting every time. You're always going to be in lighting, you're always going to be in formulas, because you're always changing something. It's never perfect. And we haven't started talking about movement, because you can move your camera and create videos with this. So we're going to learn that. But I want to go to Q&A, and then we can take a 5-minute break after answering your questions. Oh, cool. So we have Hervé, and I think he put his code. We can open it. So I'm going to open Hervé Glacis, what he did. I'm going to copy what he's doing. And let's try it here. So I can know his settings. So I know he's working with 1024, 1024. Apparently you have a problem. So let's check here. We have actually a prompt. So it's telling me that error formula is not valid. Copy from clipboard. And if I answer, I'm going to try to know why. I don't know why. Because they both say Mandelbulb V18. So I really don't know. Let's try the one that I was copying before. So my same one. Formula option not valid as well. So we have an anonymous attendee. Is it possible to wrap that pattern around a building structure? Yes, because you can export it as object and do whatever you want with it. Definitely. Yeah, Hervé, I'm gonna try once again because I want to try to get us on track. It's not valid. Now, it's okay if I leave and come back, but don't do it because you set some things up. Unless you're not satisfied with them, then do it. But try to keep on track. Whatever you did, just keep it there. You have your undo buttons, you have like your history, so it's cool. So I just restarted it and it's refusing to do it. One possible option is you're using a formula that I don't have, but that doesn't make sense because we downloaded the same program. So I'm not sure what's going on. I don't have high expectations of these things with Mandelbulb because it just makes sense to be more realistic with like volunteers working sometimes 5 years without updating it. And sometimes you see a glitch, but it just stays there. So yeah, it's okay. Now, I hope I answered all questions. Let me try. Mandelbulb 3D is CPU. So it's based on CPU, and Mandelbulber is based on GPU. By the way, what we're using right now is a program that runs on it's a 32-bit application. So if you know what that means, it's funny. Like we're still on a 32-bit application. Everything right now is almost 64, but it's actually more efficient running on 32 bits. Now, I did some research about it. I know why, but I don't want to dive too deep into it because it's not my area of expertise. I was just curious to know why. It's something around numbers and the number 8 and whatnot. But it's interesting to see, how they wrote it and how they figured out the spherical coordinates to create the first time and ever a 3D fractal. This was the first actual attempt to create a 3D fractal, as far as I know. And it was for free from the beginning. All right. I hope you will take this time to answer me any other questions and try to do some mistakes, try to copy probably the code that was shared with me from Hervé. Let's try to open that. Even though it's weird, I don't know why it's not opening. I'm actively trying to solve that. But we're good. It works most of the time. Like today, I just got one from the internet and it worked. And I just, tested one here and it did work. So yeah, it kind of depends. Cool. Let me get back the amazing formula here. So this is a glitch, by the way. Like I need to press something to get this out of the way. Let's have amazing surf, calculate 3D. Oh, one. So let's try to reset. Because I think I got settings from Hervé, some sort of weird settings. Like I got part of what you're doing at least. And now we have an overly lit photo. Let's try to fix that. Okay, it's fixed. I love how real this looks. I hope you can see it as I do, but it looks really real for me. And sometimes lighting is just smooth and you enjoy the lighting switching, but usually it's lagging. And it's not your fault. It's not your computer's fault. It doesn't matter how much RAM you have. It's just going to be that way. That's Mandelbulb. I've never seen the lighting handle move smoothly. So since we're going to have a break, I'm going to render a big version of this. So since it's a square, I'm going to try to have it like 7K by 7K. And we're going to have a 5-minute break and it can render during this time. So let's go ahead, calculate 3D. It's fairly fast, honestly, to calculate so much intricacies, because it's a simple formula. So anyway, I'm going to be here in 5 minutes, going to be back and I can answer your questions. Thank you. Going to stop my video and mute for 5 minutes only. Hello. So we're back. Thank you, Design Morphine, for sending me the link from Fractal Forums. Fractal Forums are something that is still useful for Mandelbulb 3D. And you can see the code here, which you can copy. I'm going to actually try to copy that. But not before checking this out. So I was checking out the render and this looks awesome, but you can't save it like that. So what I did is when I pressed render, I had the viewing on 1 of 1 and it rendered, basically it's gonna render 1 of 1 as in standard. And these views are for you to see right now, just to visualize. But the thing is, if you save right now as a JPEG, it's gonna save this version, which is a very small version, which will have a better quality, but with lesser pixels. So if you want to have a lot of pixels, meaning a bigger image, you're going to have the worst quality proportionally. So what we can do is we can put it on 1/2. So instead of 7K by 7K, we're going to have a 3.5K by 3.5K image, which is very acceptable for most cases. We're going to try to save this one. So in order to save, we're in the main window. We're going to go to save, and we're going to ignore M3I, M3P, and JPEG. We're going to ignore these, but just make sure you saw them. Okay, these exist because I want to work like in order, and then save pick. Now, this is cool, but you're gonna miss out on options sometimes because they're not so clearly there. Let's check this slideshow. So you have native images in Mandelbulb 3D. Native images are M3I, M3P, and from to clipboard. The option for clipboard is the one we're using right now, the one that I have right now copied. I'm gonna experiment with it in a bit. So we know what that does. Now, M3I and M3P, basically M3P means Mandelbulb 3D parameters. So it's the set of parameters only that are with the fractal. So it's like an advanced clipboard. It's better than a clipboard. It's a bigger file. And the biggest one is M3I. It's like it has a preview image and the parameters. So these are the native formats for Mandelbulb 3D. Its own code, its own M3I, its own M3P. So M3I is the bigger file. It has a preview. It's going to be probably a couple of gigabytes big. M3P is going to be a couple of megabytes big. And clipboard is going to be a couple of kilobytes big. So that way you know your workflow. And we see the example here. We can save M3I and M3P and JPEG. We're going to get to JPEG in a bit. Now, SafePick has PNG, JPEG, and ZBuff. Now, the thing about PNG, let's go there. So let's go to Mandelbulb. I'm going to minimize that real quick. The thing about PNG is like PNG is a non-compressed photo format. JPEG is compressed. So PNG is going to be bigger. It's going to have more data. I'm not sure if you know, but PNG can have an alpha channel. It has more data. You can add stuff to it more than a JPEG. And it's not compressed. And BMP as well is not compressed. So when you hover over the PNG, it will show you that because you don't have a BMP option. It's actually inside of the PNG. I don't know why, but it's that way. So if you go to PNG, you're gonna find here that you have Windows bitmap, which is BMP, or portable network graphic 8-bit, which is PNG. So inside of PNG, we have PNG and BMP. Cool. And these are uncompressed versions. And now we can save. We left the viewing at 1/2 with an image that has 7,000 pixels by 7,000. But because we have a 1/2 anti-aliasing effect, we're going to have half of that. So let's save it. And check it out. So we're using a lot of RAM apparently. But I think, okay. Like 2 seconds more and I would say it's not gonna do it. It's a 35 megabyte file. It's not bad. So this is the file that we have, and it's pretty good. It's a pretty good one. Cool. And you see how the colors are more in peace with each other. Like inside of Mandelbulb, even on the main viewer, you feel that colors are a bit in tandem. They're not harmonic, but somehow this works later on. So this is the render that we have. And I haven't forgotten, I have a clipboard fractal. So I'm going to open clipboard. I'm going to calculate. It's calculating. Congratulations. So thank you, Design Morphine. They actually sent us the Apollonian fractal. And here it is. We can open it. It's actually still open here somewhere. Yeah. I have closed it. I don't know. So I got this from the link that Design Morphine sent to us for everyone. And it's working perfectly. So let's start by changing the colors a little bit. That's much better, much fast, like in a very fast way. I like it. We can use it as basis. You can see already that there's a like a whitish thing popping. That's the fog. We spoke about fog. So they're definitely using fog in this one. It's slightly up. You can change the color. You can do whatever you want. Let's try yellow just for fun. It's very ugly, but yeah. That's the experimentation part. You can't be scared. I think I want something grayish. Yeah, a little bit less white. Cool. So lighting 1, that's how it is. Let's change the position of it. We want something a bit more dramatic, probably. Lighting 2, we add 1, we put it on, we add the global light. Let's have it a little bit strong. This one has reddish hues. I'm gonna make it yellowish. No, it's too ugly. Okay. It's something. Let's go to orange, something warm. Yeah. And I'm gonna do something interesting with this fractal. Is I'm gonna try experimenting with it in terms of depth of field. Let's go to navigator, take it from parameter, fix it a little bit like that. And F1, if I press F1, you remember you're not gonna see anything at all when you press it too much. I want it like, okay, like this is too much. This is where I'm gonna leave it. That's like a trick for you. So if this is too much for you, then make one more step and leave it there. And then you can change the settings and make it interesting, you know? So view to main, calculate 3D. Again, this is for viewing, but if you save a pic, viewing on, I don't know, 1/10, it's gonna be that small. So it's not only for viewing, it's gonna affect your save, what you save as. I just change it when I'm rendering just to see it, you know, from afar. But if I wanna save, I need to keep it on 1/1 or 1/2A. There's a question from Hervé that I do not understand. Can we reverse back the number of recursive iterations? What do you mean with that? If you can clarify your question, I'd love to answer it from a code. From an example, the current Apollonian result. I'm not sure what you mean. So if you can help me understand, I'd love to answer you. And I did see a question in Spanish. I'm not sure what happened with that. I think I mistakenly pressed the answer button, but feel free to repeat the question. Yeah, feel free to send me back the question, please. I'm not sure what it is. All right, I answered one really quick because that was a good one. It's important about objects, dot objects. How can we decrease the circles? So I'm gonna answer this live. You experiment. I don't know where it is exactly. I never knew anything. I just know the overall direction of things. And then you might get your camera too close and you will be literally inside of the fractal. Like you're not gonna know, there's no way of having coordinates in such complex objects, especially when you're close to them, especially when you have so many variables to move with your Julia mode on and whatnot. And by the way, interesting, like if we take, like this formula has Julia mode on as well. If we take it off, this is what happens. So you see, Julia is a way, like I see it as a way of having discipline, more discipline within the fractal, because if not, it would be too random. It will be too complex to navigate. You cannot change anymore anything within it without like doing drastic changes, even if you're using the minimum adjustment slider. So this is how it works. Most of them work with Julia, but some of them don't. I like to use it as much as possible, especially with amazing surf formulas, because these are the formulas where I spend most of my time. So this formula, I had no idea, like its background, because it just doesn't pertain to me. I don't use it enough, just so you know. So you kind of gotta have references in Mandelbulb, because if not, you're gonna spend like probably 40 years trying all of the formulas. So you gotta like, that's why I showed you a thumbnail of what things might look, so that you don't have to look into all of them. Yeah, and this is again a clickable link where you can check out all of these. Um, yeah. I'm gonna go back here in order to cover every single detail that is written in the thing, because it's actually rehearsed and I don't want to miss out on anything. So we're still using some formulas within the 3D and 3DA sets. We haven't gone too far. I don't want us to go too far in this tutorial because things will get, it will be easier to get lost in the future. We spoke about hybrid modes, how we can mix the fractals together in terms of alternate. They actually are a hybrid. They are in fusion. Interpolate will work only with two, and decombinate will have them as two separate objects occupying the same space. And you can like move one and move another one. And instead of one fractal, you can actually add, in theory, any object and mix the object with the fractal. You know what I mean? Like you can have a skull, I don't know, and have a fractal embedded into it. Again, sadly, these things will take probably 1 hour of like explaining only that, so we can't dive too deep into that, and the rendering time will take time. So there are ways to discover these, but they're not going to be covered today. But I'm just like touching upon them, you know. Don't forget, you can click the link. I'm going to click it just to show you what I mean, because DeviantArt is a great resource for fractals. So on DeviantArt, you can find formulas, you can find examples, tips, PDFs, you name it. Like for example, look at this one by Timberwolf 90. So he actually rendered every single one, took a photo and put it all together so that we don't have to, you know. And as a fractal artist, I'm always going back to DeviantArt, always going back to fractal forums like Design Morphine Shared, because that's how you like, without the community we literally don't exist. And there's one actually additional thing. There's a group called Mandelbulb Maniacs on Facebook. Now I'm not sure, people are not using Facebook too much, but you can still check that group out. And if you go to media, or actually, you know, discussion and what, you will see like there's a challenge. People paste their formulas here, you know, like for example, look at this comment. You can just take this formula and check it out, you know, really easy. I'm gonna try it. It's not gonna have a virus, so don't worry. They can't do anything to you, you know. It's not that kind of code. Oops, sorry about that. So let's try copying like this random. Sorry, Zoom is bothering me. Okay, it's working. So by the way, you can look here and see errors. Like when we were working 15 minutes ago, it was telling me error, and I was reading from this side. Sorry if I didn't mention it, but you understand what's going on here, and you have to go, which is misspelled, but it shows you how much time you have left, and it's not accurate. It's like probably 80% accurate, but you can still have an idea about the time being passed. Nice. So we were able to copy this only from a text, and we can go to Navigator and we can see their work. So we can go back using S, but it's acting weird if I go back. Okay, so look at what kind of object we have here. That's crazy. That's a very weird fractal. And what we can do is we can study how they did it. So we can actually go into formulas and we can get inspired. So this guy mixed literally 6 formulas together using the alternate one. And the way I knew is I went to formulas and I can see that he's using the alternate one. And inside of Formula 1, he has this strands QIFS, then in Umenger or Umenger, columns IFS, amazing IFS, hex grid. So he did a lot of them. He did a lot of them. And I hope you understand why today is a beginner class, because imagine us covering all of these with all of their variables. That would be crazy. No enough time. So I'm going to take it from parameter again and go to formula. And remember, inside of the navigator, we can actually change the settings for formulas. So I can see the first one, second one, third one, and what he did with them, and I can change them. So let's consider hex grid. Hex grid needs changing. I'm going to change the scale. So I'm starting to change stuff. Now, what's cool about this, I just took this online. Yeah. So I think it would be interesting to animate it. Like just so you know the power of community in this thing, that you can go out there and take other people's work and animate it. But before doing that, I just noticed we have 6 questions. Let's check that out. It's all Hervé. Can we decrease the number of recursions? Yes. Yes. Check it out. Okay, cool. And Hervé, please, I'm going to ask you to only ask questions in Q&A, because sometimes you're just writing, okay, noted. And it seems like a question, and I'm thinking people are asking me stuff, but they're not. So keep that in mind. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not going to click links right now. And I still haven't understood your previous question. Okay. Let's go back to animating. So we're inside of Navigator. We're in this view. I just rendered it here. So in order to do animations on Mandelbulb, you just need the navigator basically, and the key F, like fruits, the key F. So we go to animation and we just press F. That's how it starts. You press F and this is what happens. Now we have a new window, and that window is animations. So that's the window where you animate. The first thumbnail here, I press the arrow left to have it in the middle, says 50. And if you leave your mouse, it will show you that it's the number of frames to next keyframe. So when we add another frame, we're going to have 50 keyframes, 50 frames between them. I'm not sure if you know, but in order to have video, a video has every second a minimum of 25 frames. So every second that has 25 images constitutes a video. So if I'm doing this video and I want to have it at 25 frames per second, and I just made 50, then I just have 2 seconds. And every frame will be rendered individually. So making a video on a 32-bit software might take you anytime from 2 hours to 1 month, probably more. It's crazy. Like, I've had to leave computers on for days and nights in order to render for me a couple of minutes of fractals. It's crazy the amount, because you need to do every single one, every single frame rendered from 0. And you can look here that you have the animation size. So right now we're not saving, I'm just showing you. You have width and height, and you have 1024 by 760, 768. But this could be much bigger, and you might have anti-aliasing. It will add even more to the necessity of computing powers. But we're gonna just make a preview so that, you know, we're not gonna wait for animations. We're just gonna make everything except for doing the animation, but we're gonna be able to see it because we can preview the animation in a low res. So right now, because I was clicking on the left side, I'm gonna click again on to the right side. So when I add the new frame, it will not replace this one. If I leave it like that and I go back to Navigator and I press F, then I'm gonna have a new frame replace this one. And we don't want that. We want this to be point A. And right now we go right to have a blank thumbnail to have point B. We go back to Navigator. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and like look up a little bit. And then I'm gonna press F. Okay, then I'm gonna do something else like rotate, look somewhere else. Like I'm trying to make changes, and then I'm gonna press F. And then I'm gonna zoom in again, like move in again here. I'm gonna press F. So every time I decided like at this point, I want the camera to be from here, move there, I press F. Yeah. In order to see what you're doing, you go to animations, and here you have 4 frames, but you have between each frame 50 single, like, sorry, we have 4 keyframes, but we have between each one of these 50 frames. So we have in total 200 frames. Yeah. So it makes sense. Let's go back. Like right now we're in the animation one. What we're gonna do is we wanna visualize or pre-visualize the animation before rendering it. And the settings seem right. You can, by the way, change it from 50 subframes to 25, you know, and that way, you know that every time you move your location, that's 1 second in time. So you can move bit by bit, or if you want to do it fast, you go further and then you press F, you know, you go further. So much distance is crossed in less time. So you're gonna get it. It's a bit difficult to start understanding how do you translate your position in space and your keyframe into time. That's the hard part, but you can get it the more you experiment, and you can like experiment like 10 seconds videos, you know, at first. So let's keep our window in animations, and we're gonna start rendering. No, not start this. We're gonna render preview. So the good thing about render preview is you can ask it to preview from the first to last frame or lesser. Memory needed 25 megabytes, time needed 3 minutes. We don't have that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna render every, here it says render every nth frame, like whatever frame. So I'm gonna make it bigger. So every 5th frame, he's gonna render 1 frame. We don't need to see it all. We just need to have an idea about what it is. And scaling down more. So we have now 46 seconds of wait for the render preview, which is acceptable. Render preview. We're just gonna wait here, and we can press show number frame. It doesn't show because it's in black. We press white, and then it's here, 36, 40 something, 46. Let's wait for the render. It's only 46 seconds. So we're good. And this allows you to like know what you're doing before saving. And what's cool about this, if you want to make stories or NFTs, or I don't know, like just cool videos, you can create a perfect loop just by checking out this number. So I'm going to do it on the 2nd attempt. You can literally make a video that starts and ends at the same frame. So even if you went further, you will go back to the same point, and it's a perfect repetition all the time. So you can do that with Mandelbulb from here. Okay. We just animated something, and it looks scary, you know. Let's look at it a couple of times. We can actually save it. I never know if I'm gonna use this stuff, you know, for demonstrations or if people need them. So I'm gonna save just the preview. It's gonna be a very small, ugly file that you'll never probably use more than a reference. So let's try the loop one, loop animation. And again, remember, we can't just be here and press F if we want to add a keyframe or a subframe, as Mandelbulb calls it, because actually it calls it subframe and keyframes. You know, I don't know what to say, but we're going to go to a blank one. So we add one more to it. So this one, and by the way, you can at any point change, like I can decide between the last position and this one, I'm going to add 200 frames. So all of a sudden I just doubled my frame rate. So you can change however you want. Now, this is the most like unnecessarily complicated part, I guess, in the user experience inside of Mandelbulb. But you gotta try, as I said, like this 10-second video. When you do it a couple of times, you're gonna get the gist of it. It's pretty easy, you know. It's just like I always wonder why they did it that way, but yeah, that's what we have. So, and by the way, what's interesting, you can calculate as 2D. I never tried it. I saw a tutorial where they actually show that with a certain formula. I'm not sure if it works with all of them or if it stays interesting, but yeah, all I do is 3D because that's what I want. And another important thing, we did speak about that, is every second you have 25 images. These images can be BMP, PNG, JPEG. It's very different because each one has a file size. Each one will require less or more time. So you can actually tell it that I want my output format to be BMP, PNG, JPEG, or even M3P. And if you remember, M3P is a Mandelbulb 3D parameter file format. It's a native file format that we have covered before. And what's interesting, if you're an After Effects person or even Blender, you can save Z buffer to. So there's an option here which says save Z buffer to. Now, a Z buffer PNG, yeah, so a PNG that has the 3D axis, the Z axis, you can import that in like MashLab or I don't know, so many options, so many programs that you can convert the photo and its coordinates in 3D, in 3 dimensions into the program, sorry. And therefore, you can actually trace it and you can actually change colors accordingly. So there's a lot of potential into video. You can send a lot of you can do a lot of workarounds. That's what I'm trying to say. You can do with Mandelbulb a lot of workarounds to get the data you need, but it's never easy and it's never not a workaround. It's always a workaround because it's not gonna have Blender files. It's gonna only have .obj. It's only gonna have like regular old PNGs with data embedded onto them. So that's how it works. So we pressed loop animation. We need to go back to Navigator and change a little bit like the position of us. So I'm just gonna make sure that I'm on a white thumbnail. Go back to Navigator. That's what I want. I press F. So F sends it to the animation window. And right now we have loop animation on. Our time needed to render is 1 minute 17. So we're gonna tell it to render every 10th frame. And we're gonna scale down to 5 for it to take only 18 seconds. Render preview, or actually 6. So you keep doing that to test, to see if you like it, if you want to go back, modify something. Because when you render, you can't change anything anymore. More or less, you can't change anything anymore. So you see, this is a looping animation. It's always going to begin as it ended exactly. Now, it's not so interesting because we're just testing, but you can, let's say, zoom in an object and zoom out, and it's always going to be in and out, or you can rotate it, or you can actually dive into fractals and like keep moving inside of them. And like at the end, get out. And we're doing that with a formula that is stagnant, that we're not touching. So this formula is as is, we're just changing the camera, right? But you can change the camera in a fractal that is changing in itself. So the fractal would be like dormant, the camera comes in and then the fractal changes and you can like move two things at the same time. But this is so complicated for today that we just can't do it. Like it's just beyond us that we can't do it yet. you can only do it when you practice. That's honestly the only solution. Even if you see me do it, it's not gonna teach you anything because it's just not gonna make sense. You're not gonna know how am I assuming what's gonna go on, because I know, because I did the mistakes and I sometimes had to throw away renders because I did like these mistakes. So unless you do these mistakes, and again, I advise you to begin with 10 seconds, not more. 10 seconds, 20, 30. When you feel you do a minute, wham, that's great. 1 minute is a lot. Like 1 minute of fractals just being discovered with a video, that's awesome, you know? And yeah, I actually want to go back to questions, but I want to make sure if I answered, if I covered the whole animation thing, and I want us to have questions around that. But don't worry, like when we actually work with another formula in a bit, we're gonna go back to that. We're gonna do it like faster a little bit, but we understand the basics of it. So this is the animation tool. Since we're here, we need to cover something which is another native format, which is M3A. So to be honest with you, I use the animation window even when I'm not animating. And let me tell you why. It's because, for example, I'm in this fractal and I like this view. I like this view. I want to render it later on. I just want to check, you know, I don't want to render now. I want to pick perspectives. I like this one. I press F. And then I go, you know, after a while, I like also this angle, I press F. So what is going on inside of animations? You have all of these new renders that you can consider like pit stops, you know, like a checkpoint. It's a checkpoint for your work. So you can actually do this, send only this view to the main program. So you can pick this frame, send it to the main program, and like render it. So it's like saving, it's like a save button, you know? And more than that, you can save animation. You don't even need to use the export animation part of it. You can just use this part, because we don't have any way to save what we're doing inside of the Mandelbulb. You just have to do it, render it out, but you know, it doesn't make sense to do that. So sometimes just like save them and then not render them as animation, but like choose probably the best 5 and render these. Now, when you save M3A, which is Mandelbulb 3D animation, you save this sequence of thumbnails that you saved with the settings that is 50 and this one and this one. So everything stays the same. So sometimes you are doing a project and you haven't finished yet. You can save M3A of different perspectives you have and then explore them later on, send them and render them, send them to main, main window, or you can actually animate it. Like it can actually be an animation that you're working on and you want to pause and continue later, and you just do that. And the good thing is I do that sometimes because sometimes I make renders on a PC that I need to use for other stuff. So I stop the render and then I tell it to start index from the last number I did. I repeat the last photo just in case. And then I would tell it to go to last. Yeah. But you have to save the M3A and then come back later on and make sure that this is where the render stopped. Because when it renders, it will create a folder with like sequential files from 1 to whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can know, okay, the last one it rendered was frame number 824. So you start from 824 until the last one. And that's how you continue, using the M3A one. So I hope it's clear. If you have questions, please do ask me. We're gonna come back to this, so it's not the only time. Everything we actually discovered is gonna be repetitively used, like every window, every main option. Believe me, that's the basics of it. So let me check Q&A real quick. Thank you, Hervé. I appreciate you, man. Okay. We don't have questions. I'm gonna check this real quick. Oh, this is a Sierpinski triangle, and it's very interesting. So I haven't mentioned it today because it's very like mathematical, but at the end of the circle, we have a Sierpinski triangle, which is actually a very interesting form. And you even find it in like indigenous cultures and cymatics, which is the study of visible sound. And it's also honestly a beautiful thing, like to dive into these geometric forms because they span from math to religions to astronomy to you name it. Yeah. So thank you for the link. And let's go back to our presentation. All right. So we covered this really well, I think. We are now, we spoke about colors, scene fog, exactly how the navigating 3D fractals is an in and out system. That's always important to understand because you're always going to use it as a visualizer. You get stuff in, you get stuff out, and it's like always temporary. That's the navigator. And then the navigator, you use it to see how you can make your animation, but it's not the actually, it's never the ultimate one. It's always lying to your eyes. It's always showing you an image that is not at all close to the ultimate one. So make sure you never forget that. And I hope you understood the color adjustment, that it wasn't too complicated. The color adjustment is this one here. Okay, we're gonna do post-processing. We did cover artificial selection. Voxel stacks are in a while. Post-processing tools, I think it's time for them. And we can start learning as well our settings for exporting. All right. So I wanna actually try getting a better view. Because we want to try to begin working on depth of field. So depth of field is part of post-processing tools inside of Mandelbulb. To be honest with you, I don't like this too much. So let me check. It's okay. Like the point is, I want something that is big enough to have differences in focus so that you understand the idea. That's it. But no, I think this one is good. It's gonna work. So I saw a question like how to enter an object into Mandelbulb, and we're not gonna do that. We're gonna actually export an object from Mandelbulb. Importing one, it's just not, it's honestly, it's not the right time for it. Like for this webinar, it's not the right time for if you're so comfortable enough that you're already on that stage, man, good for you. Like go ahead, do it. But I honestly don't want to cover it badly, you know, because the positioning of it, the file type errors, that Mandelbulb is an old software eventually. Like the last update, I think this one is 2018 or 2020. Like it's always a couple of years ago. It's always a couple of years ago, if not more. So yeah, I think what we are covering are like the stuff that stayed within it, that are very stable. And let's try now to add a depth of field. So depth of field, as you can see here, sorry, yeah, depth of field, like it's in post-process depth of field, right? And we're gonna also talk in post-process about ambient and hard shadows. They're important, they give us realism. So in post-process, which is on the main window, down from formulas and lighting. And I hope you noticed that today we covered like position. Rotation is almost the same because position does include rotation, and we reset like everything. When we lost the object, we used position. Calculate 3D, we're using it a lot. Formulas, lighting, we covered them, or the main parts of them. If you have questions, make sure you try, do experiment and ask me, because you're gonna spend a lot of time coloring your fractal, more than you spend time exploring your fractal, because it's gonna give you a headache. But the coloring it and like giving it life and the exact perspective is where you're gonna spend time. If you want to make an artistic form out of it and have your personal touch, it's possible. It's possible with fractals. Like I know now, I see people working with fractals and I know who it is before seeing the name. So you can actually add your personal touch to it. Yeah. So post process, we have ambient shadows on, the rest is off. I'm saying on because you have this red check mark. So let's begin with depth of field. Now, depth of field is so weird how it works. Almost like the lighting, the positional light, where we had a cross and we put the cross in the middle or wherever, and this is where the light is. Yeah. So the way this focus works is the close plane and the far plane. So let's say I'm in focus and the rest is not. So you can see from here to here of my of this axis, right? You can see from here to here in focus and the rest is not. So point A is here, point B is here. What's inside is in focus, but what's outside is not. That's how the focus works in Mandelbulb. So you have Z1, and if you don't know what Z is, it's like you have XY, right? And Z is the Z axis, the 3D axis, the third one. So it's the depth one. So get Z1, it's supposed to be closer to us. So from this photo, I feel that this is closest to us. This thing here, yellow. So this is point A. Z2 is gonna be further, so I feel it's like on these blue parts or dark parts there. But like, let's see here, if I put it here, it's gonna be very far away there. So I can put it here. And it's not gonna focus from this point to this point. It's gonna focus on the Z axis that is relevant to this point, to that point. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, you're not gonna have like two focus points in like different places. It's gonna be more, everything within these distances, wherever you click, is gonna be end focus. You're gonna get it when you try it again. Like, it doesn't matter if you understood exactly what I'm saying right now. So we put it on, even though I did get Z1, Z2, but I forgot to calculate automatically. So you have passes. The more passes you have, the better quality it is, the slower it is, the bigger the file is. So I'm going to leave it at 1 pass right now. Aperture is 0.02. Again, I don't know why it's like that. It could have been 1 to 100, but here it's 0.02. If it's a larger value, it means more blur. That's how it works. So 0.1 is a lot of blur. 0.02 is barely some blur, but it's perfect. Like more or less, I keep it 0.02 most of the times. Anyway, it's time to calculate. So we have main rendering right now. And if you're trying this, any fractal, just integrate anything, put it there, have Z1, Z2, calculate, try to see if you get it. If you get like, how is it working? So it calculates ambient shadow, lighting, and now DOF, which is depth of field. So cool, we have this effect that only this part is in focus, which is not bad. Anyway, I'm gonna reset everything. I'm gonna add integer power again. We don't have an image. Let's try resetting. I just want to try the same effect on another one. So I just added integer. And by the way, I erased everything by clicking reset inside of the formulas. So I resetted 6 formulas with different settings very fast. You don't need to quit or anything. Okay, it's obvious that DOF takes time. Now, I did a tiny mistake, which is to keep it on while I set it up on another fractal. So it's not gonna work, but we're gonna fix it. So I'm gonna have a zoom in. So I'm pressing F3 to have like a more telephoto effect. Telephoto are like the cameras that they use on football fields, for example, like zoom lenses, you know, big zoom lenses. That's a telephoto. It starts from 80 millimeter to whatever. Okay, I got depth of field off. Okay, I'm good. So we have this fractal, right? I'm gonna calculate DOF automatically. I don't know, I say like, it doesn't need to say automatically because it's on right now. That's it. That means on, off, that's it. Don't get confused by like complexities in the UI. So get Z1, this one is a bit clear. So you know that one of the closest points to you is this part. It's like the top part, it's close. And maybe here there's something popping up and further away, there's something far. So let's put it here. That's Z1. So everything that is as close as Z1 is going to be in focus. And everything within Z1, Z2 is going to be in focus. Z2 can be here, like in the middle kind of depth, and then calculate 3D. It's working, but it's not so powerful because the focus is not too powerful. So instead of 0.2, let's have it 0.9. No, let's have it 0.1. Sorry, 0.9. No, it was 0.01. Yeah. So I can press calculate now, but what this does, it says the effect accumulates, reset for a new calculation. I don't trust this. Like when I press it, I'm not sure if it's adding up or reducing. So it works if you're adding up more blur. If you're reducing the blur, it doesn't work. So I don't trust it anyway. I'm always calculating from scratch and keeping it like a small picture just to test. When I like it, I can make it bigger. So look, depth of field calculation is taking a lot of time. It's taking probably 10 times more than all of the renders before. So that's why the post-process section is always very extreme. So there you go. You have an out-of-focus Mandelbulb that is relevant proportionally to its position in three-dimensional space. And I like it. It's not bad. The focus should be a bit lesser to have it like more prettier, I would say. So let's render one that is 2K. I'm going to keep that 0.1. I'm not explaining what I'm doing right now, but I will explain it at the end. And 0.1. Okay, cool. Actually, it's too much. I think 0.8 would be good. So 0.08, calculate. Let's check it out on 1/2. So we're still in the main rendering. Now depth of field. If it's going to stay like that too much, I'm going to stop it. Yeah, I'm going to have to stop it because that's like a couple of minutes. But we tried. Let me keep it at 1K. Viewing 1/1. Calculation 0.1. DE stop. I have a table for that. No worries. Okay, this is like normal. Yeah, I like this one. I'm gonna save it real quick. And since we're saving, let's save it in a new format because we're learning all of the formats. So we learned how to save as PNG or bitmap. So inside of PNG, you have two uncompressed versions to save. And we don't need to save it right now. It's just gonna save a bitmap or a PNG. There's nothing new to learn. JPEG is obviously a JPEG. It's gonna be a compressed version. If you're just gonna like share it as is on social media, that's what you do. If you wanna work on Photoshop or do whatever with the image, like a photo image that you're working with, it's gonna be bitmap or PNG, most probably PNG for most workflows. So JPEG is when you wanna like as is share it. And it's the lowest file size. Now ZBuff, I think ZBuff is cool. So ZBuff means Z-axis buffer. And what this means, it's gonna create a PNG that has only the three-dimensional settings of the image. And interestingly, you can put these two images together on Photoshop And even on Facebook, like, because there's two images, one is an image and one is like black and white. I'm going to show you. Let's save one to show you. So if you do the second type on Facebook, whatever, it will put the two photos together and it will give them depth. So when you scroll down, you can see the fractal popping up, which is interesting. I'm just saying Facebook because natively Facebook, when you put these two PNGs together, it automatically puts them together in one file that is 3D, almost like portrait mode on phones and whatnot. So let's save this one as a bitmap. As a Z buffer. So as you see here, this is not the image that we have, but it's the 3D coordinates of this image. So when you mix this image or this data image with the real image, then you have how big or how in depth is the fractal in 3 dimensions. So the two work together in a great way. If you know which software to use, which is mixing them on Photoshop or using social media to have them mixed together and create like more of an interactive art online. So the usages for them are also, you know, I'm not sure how else would you use it, honestly, but yeah. So if I save now the PNG, I'm gonna call it D2 just to show you real quick. Right, so this is the same image, but this is the 3D thing of it. So the same way you understood how the focus is happening, you can use other workflows. So let me give you an example. I wanted a 4K image and it would take 10 minutes to render. So it's counterproductive to do that in a webinar, but also I might not have the time to do that, or I want to create a huge one. So what I do is I save the file that gives me the data about the Z axis, this one, the black and white one. I save this one, and then I save this one on big renders that are equal. And I can put that in Photoshop, for example, and Photoshop will understand the depth, and I could just add blur as much as I want, much easier, much quicker, without rendering for 40 minutes. So you kind of learn that when you actually do one time a 40 minutes render, and then you're like, you know what? I could have avoided that because I'm using this very badly written, out of focus thing for Mandelbulb that barely works. So I'm going to use the data that Mandelbulb has and use a software that is actually a professional photo editor to add depth to my photo. And that's how we do it. So when I want to make a real high quality image, I'm not going to use the depth of field on because it's not going to work. It's going to get you a glitch. It's going to, like, the RAM will get crammed and you're going to have an error and you're going to lose your progress, most probably, or part of your progress. So what you would do is, you know, you encounter the problems, you just never repeat it. You know, that's an overload on the program. So that's the depth of field, which was quite important because even though you're not using it, you know how the fractal works with depth of field, that every fractal has dimensions. This is the 3D fractal thing. You gotta use depth or everything is like plane and the objects will look non-realistic. So at least a little bit of focus will always help you to sense how big the space is and how accessible this fractal is. Sometimes it might look microscopic. Sometimes you might feel the illusion of depth and distance. Another important thing in post-process is ambient shadows is on by standard, but another one is hard shadows. So hard shadows, the good thing about hard shadows, you can actually pick on which light does it work. And you guys know, like, we have 6 types of lights. So we have light 1 up until light 6. You can apply hard shadows for light 1 only. Right now, I'm gonna go to lighting. I only have lighting 1. So that's it. I'm gonna apply hard shadows only to light 1 and calculate. What this will do, the main light that I have will have harder shadows. Almost like when the sun hits, the light becomes less like an artificial light and becomes more like a sunlight, like a hard light that hits and leaves shadows. And that might help you get a higher level of realism. And I agree, like, this is getting the shadows in such another level. I love it. I'm gonna call it D3. It doesn't matter the name, just like after this, the other one. So this is D3. And let's see the difference. And this is us post-processing. So we basically covered the whole thing. So you can see how this one has a more uniform lighting. And this is D2. So this is before hard light, hard shadows, sorry. And this one is hard shadows. So you can see how you have popping whites, dark grays, and dark blacks. It's better that way, definitely. It looks almost real. And I even like the background more. Like the background has, because I know the program, I know its problems. Sometimes it will make these lines. Can you see these lines of render? Like you can feel there are pixels here. So sometimes this happens on a big render and it's annoying because you can't fix it easily. You can't fix it easily, but you can fix it on Photoshop or whatever. But yeah, you feel sometimes the background has lines, but the out of focus thing reduced them a lot. Now, if you're using the technique that I told you about, having the Z buffer, which is in safe big Z buffer, yeah, which is the black and white one. If you have that one and you put it in Photoshop, you're gonna actually be able to hide better these errors from the software. So your renders are gonna be high quality with lesser time. So basically we covered post-process. I don't wanna cover more. Sometimes, just like a small tip, normals on Z buffer, I do it automatically. So this will add computing power, but I have seen that in some results, I had better pixel orientate, like pixel control. So my pixels are more stable. I don't have any like stuff popping out, especially when I mix formulas, and I might ruin the fractal. So I'm adding a lot of data and the data might have paradoxes. So normals on Z buffer helps with that. It definitely adds time to your render, so you got to think about it if you want to have it or not. Try it on lower renders. But basically, this is post-processing. So this is the window for it. And in stuff in it, ambient shadow is always on. Reflections transparency, I did not cover it because I think it's easy. You're going to like try it out. And the only thing that it does is the shadows part are going to be more reflexive, especially. So it's going to be just more reflexive, like a shiny object. So it's not so interesting because I think it takes it out of realism. And I want to give it more realism or more accessibility for the fractal. So we covered depth of field and post-processing, reflections and transparency, try it out at home and have fun with it, but it doesn't help me with realism. Ambient shadows are always on and hard shadows are necessary for specific lights. Yeah, for specific lights, because you might have 5, you don't want to have all of them with hard shadows. You might have the main one with hard shadow. So this is all like by experimentation. And normals on Z buffer definitely is usable. I don't use recalculate the selection. I don't need that. I just calculate the whole thing because I always render small and then I go big when it's the right time. So hard shadows, if you turn it on and off, it's not going to work anymore visually. So make sure, as I said, believe me, it's much better for your whole workflow to always calculate 3D on a smaller image than to pretend that you know what you're doing and you're changing stuff and the main viewer is not changing while it's actually all different and you just don't know. So sometimes changes in the program do not reflect on the main window. You gotta press render, calculate 3D actually, to see it happening. I agree, design morphine. I think it looks awesome. I would have loved it to have less colors, but I still like it. I think when I like change it real quick, the ambient one, I'm gonna make it like, oh no, not this one. One sec. So let's change this fractal a little bit and animate it, okay? Since we're learning that, like we went the whole process. So let's start with the navigator. We go to navigator, we open this one here. Formula value is at number 4, that's why there's nothing. We go down to 1 integer power, so we have formula number 1 that we're changing. We keep this on mid, adjustments on mid, and I don't advise you to do that. Like, you can change the navigator size, but it's gonna, I don't touch these things, honestly. I like it like 100%. I'm not gonna fiddle with it too much because it's gonna create a problem. It's gonna crash. So let's change the integer power, like to have a more interesting fractal. View to main, calculate 3D. It's like a bit more complex right now. Depth of field is gonna work probably because we're still on the same level from the same object. When we were working before that, it wasn't that case. So they weren't equal. Yeah, it's not bad. Now, we can learn from this because you feel it has like a bad texture, sort of. And I think it's a good time for us to jump onto the calculation side, which is something I was always editing, but I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but it took me a long time to understand it. And I still don't know exactly why it's like that, but I know the numbers. So I made you a table that would explain you the solution, not the problem. Like, you don't need to understand why things are like that. Just like stick to the table, you're good. So let's check the table. So what I'm talking about right now is inside of the main window, inside of the main tabs here. So down from post-processing, you have infos, cutting, coloring, Julia off. We're not gonna dive into them. We're only gonna check calculation. So please go on calculation. Check these weird names: DE stop, very DE stop, and FOV, raise step multiplier, step width limiter, step count for binary search. I hope you found it, it's here. And up from the message box that tells us errors and so on. So on our slideshow, you can see something that will explain to you what's going on. So DE stop, raise step, these are the variables that we have. Cool. Now, inside of Mandelbulb, you can press preview. I'm not going to press it right now because it will go and change these numbers, this and this and this and this and this. I can press video and it will change like the standard settings for video, or preview the standard settings for preview, mid the standard settings for mid. Now, because I wrote them, you can see the difference between them. That preview is D stop would be 1, and then raise stop multiplier is 0.5 and whatever. So this is from worse or from lower quality to better quality. So preview 1, 0.5, 160, these are the worst number you can have. This is like very good for preview to check out what's going on. If you want video, which needs to be a bit better, cleaner, D stop can stay 1, raise step multiplier needs to go down. So from 0.5 to 0.4, step width limiter needs to go down as well, but the rest will go up. So step count for binary search goes up and smooth normals go up. Again, you don't need to know what they're doing. You just need to know that if you're previewing, put these in. And if you are rendering, put these in. Yeah. Then you go to mid, you see we went from 1 to 1.2, 0.4 went down. Like some stuff go down, some stuff go up, but they don't go down randomly. You got to know what's going on. You got to know like between what and what. So the stop is going to be always between 1 and 1.2. I'm going to show you why. Let's start with this one. So preview, the worst one is 1 and high is 1.2. Let's put it at 6 or 7. See what happens. It got bloaty. Yeah. So sometimes you have like problems with your fractal. You can see through it, or you can see through it basically, and you don't want to see through it. It looks too thin. So to make it fat, I don't have, for lack of a better term, to make it bloated, like bloated, you gotta add this DE stop. But if DE stop is too low, you're gonna see pixels, because the pixels are so small. It's not gonna appear, like you're not gonna feel them anymore. So they're gonna be like problems. They're gonna create problems for you. So probably 1 would be a sweet spot. Let's try. Now, this is the last time I render with depth of field because we're losing time. Okay, I got it off, but it's still on. So this is perfect. Like when we first began, or the ultimate result did not have this like neat kind of thing. So I'm really satisfied with this. It's pretty clean. Almost as, if I want to print this, I would need to work probably 10 more minutes and it's ready to print because I can see some problems, but it's almost ready. Yeah. So this is a good fractal. This is an object that you controlled, that you got the depth of field for, lighting, background didn't work too much on the background, but we covered, some of it. But like, you understand that you don't need to understand what's a ray step multiplier or limiter. You just need to know the range in which things change, and just keep the table next to you, and then you will know them, by yourself. And the way I remember them is I press high or I press whatever. So when I'm here, I have preview video mid high. Mid and high. In mid and high, DE stop is 1.2, but ray step multiplier is going down. So I see the difference and I remind myself, oh yeah, this needs to be 12, this needs to be 0 point something. This is on 1.2, but I don't like it. So I can like change stuff, but don't use these, like don't use high and mid and video. It's just references, because if you use high, then you have viewing at 1/3. You probably don't want to press a 1/3 anti-aliasing. It's probably going to be 1/2 and 1/1 even. Yeah. So you don't want to use these. You want to more use the table. And I put here Fractalog, which is my recommendation. I kept 1.2 empty because sometimes you might use 5. But yeah, use 1. Just use 1, just like for the sake of it, and then try to go up, down, and see where you are. But like the ray step multiplier and limiter, I like them at 0.1 when I'm doing a render that I love, that is like, it's going to be on a big screen or it's going to be printed. The step count for binary search is definitely 12 because it's already 12 on high and it's 10 on mid. And smooth normals as well. You can see that you can go from 0 up until 6. And when it's the best, I use 6. Some people use 3. And I use 4 as well sometimes. So that's how it is. This is the table for your calculation. And I explained and stressed upon this section, which is the width and height of the image. So the only ones that have anti-aliasing, and anti-aliasing means reducing basically visual problems with your image. So it would increase it aesthetically, yeah? And anti-aliasing would cut from your image. Like it will smoother out. It will smooth every single pixel in a more aesthetic way, but you're gonna lose pixels, yeah? You're gonna sacrifice pixels for it. We did check the animation maker and how to use it as an animator and how to use it as a saver for our progress. Now, width and height in pixels, that's definitely covered. And I'm just making sure we covered everything up until here. Now, mutagen, voxel stacks, it's definitely at the end. Ambient shadows is done. I'm kind of reminding myself and yourselves if there's anything you want to you have doubts upon, that you want to ask a question, even though we do have an hour reserved for questions. So you do you. And I think we're ready for voxel stacks. Let me check questions before that. Okay, we don't have anything. Now voxel stacks. So it's in tools. We are still in the navigator panel, and you go to tools. Sorry, I said navigator, I meant main window. We're in the main window panel. We go to voxel stack inside of the tab for tools. You have inside M3P to M3I, big render, which is, by the way, something that I mentioned today, generate big images by tiling. So you can literally like cover the whole city of New York in theory with a fractal print because you do tiles of it. And every tile is the maximum setting for rendering the fractal. So basically you create like a bunch of pixels and then you download a script on Photoshop and you stitch them together. So that's a workflow that we're not going to cover today, but it's very possible. So you can go as big as you want, even more than what the software allows you in here, and width and height, much, much more. So let's go to voxel stack. I like how voxel stack works. Let me check this out. Okay. So let's go back. Voxel stack. What I did is I imported parameter from main. And it's too big, like the pixels are too big. So we need to fix that. Now you can change the offset, meaning you can change the position of it to be in the middle of the square in order to view everything. Here we are calculating preview, which is almost the same input parameter from main. Like it is recalculating the preview. Now we can check up the scale, get it bigger, smaller. X, Y, Z offset means its position. So where is it situated? And here the quality is bad. Sorry, the quality is bad because we have 100 slices. Let's have 700 slices. So our image is 700 by 700. Calculate preview. So it's getting much more complex. And now our image is like 7K. Let's try to render inside. So you know what this means. Let's try this one. So instead of rendering the outer layer, we are rendering the inner layer. We're rendering the outer layer. And DE, I think DE could be smaller. Let's try 0.01 just for the sake of it. And outside. So it's obvious that the more we go up with our preview, the better pixel density that we have. In and out is not working for some reason. I think it's gonna take like a lot of memory. And I'm gonna just try to render slices. I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Not sure what happened there. We always forgive Mandelbulb for being glitchy. So I'm not sure. Let's try it again. Oh, it's rendering. So it obviously takes a lot of time. We put 7,000 and it's on slice 6. So I'm going to have to close the software and restart it. But this is how you export your voxel stacks. And this is very useful for 3D printing. Let me restart the program to show you the other way as well, which is secondary to voxel stacks, but it still works. Import. So this is another way to do it. Let's calculate 3D. And we're still in the main window. What we can do is we go to BT Tracer. And it almost looks like the same UI of voxel stacks. Kind of reminds you of it. Now this is more user-friendly, I would say. Let's have the resolution better. So 0.001 is too much. It doesn't want to show us. So I don't use that too much, honestly, but someone asked me about meshes, and this is how you do your mesh. So you can generate your mesh using this tool, and that's your mesh here. So I think someone asked me how to import meshes into Mandelbulb, but our plan for today was how to export meshes. So this is how you do it. You can add detail here. Definitely, these settings are going to be obvious for people who know how to deal with meshes. That's a bit better. So the two places where you can actually export a workflow of 3D objects is inside the main window, animations navigator, that side, BT tracer. So it's bulb tracer. You import parameter from main and you change the settings accordingly to your knowledge in mesh creating. This is still completely up to you, and it will change from object to object. And if we go to tools, we also have voxel stack. Voxel stack also works the same concept. You import parameter from main. XYZ offset are normally you use them because you have a landscape. It's not necessarily an object that is like far away from you. And you might need to put everything where it needs to be and even slice it because you don't need the whole object. Yeah. So this needs a lot of practice. I can't call myself knowledgeable in this as much as I am in video making or in rendering high quality stills because I just don't have a workflow for 3D right now. And I do not use Blender with Mandelbulb 3D yet. So in the future, I will explore these options. But today it's like just for fun that I wanted to mention voxel stack. That's why it's not, I'm not going to stress too much on 3D objects or .obj files in our course today, because we need to understand how to get a fractal, like to move it, to animate it, to change the lighting, to change the texture. And that's more important. And to mix it with another fractal, not with another object, because it's a whole different trip. Let me check if we have questions. Okay, we're good, apparently. That's awesome. We still have to cover 3 like mini subjects. I think this is a good time for another 5-minute break. And I think I'm gonna as well right now do a big render just for fun. Let's try Amazing Surf. I'm gonna do like not a big one, but not too big. So when we start Amazing Surf, it looks awful always. What you do is you start a preset here, try to make it better. At least 1 by 1, 1K by 1K. Then we go to lighting. Sorry. Then we go to lighting, we put it a bit lower. So remember how we talked about pixel and how things might be too fine and more and too soft? Like this is a structure that is not working. Look at it. And basically you need to notice something. We covered calculations. So when I change the image width and height, the calculation will change. And we learned something that DE stop, forget that. DE stop means how thin or thick or bubbly or I don't know, whatever you want to call it, is the object. So how thin it is, how strong it is in terms of like thickness. So what we have here is a very bad version of a DE stop. And it happened because I changed the image width. So the image width was like 500. I put it in 1K. When you change width and height, DE stop changes. You need to change it back. That's kind of a bad thing. I would have preferred if things stays the same, but that's what we have. So if I go from 1K to 2K, look at the DE stop number here. It will change as well. It will double. So this is 1K as in width in pixels, and DE stop, which is the fatness or the fineness of the fractal object, is changing as well. So width, now DE stop is 2.08. Width will go to double. Now DE stop is 4.1. So if I calculate, I'm gonna have not only a bigger image, the fractal itself is changing. It's becoming fatter, less thin. So I'm gonna leave DE stop at like 8 just to try. And then I'm gonna try it at 0.1. Now at 0.1, I'm recuperating important things from it. So that's important. Now, raise step multiplier, let's go back to the table. Raise step multiplier should be lowest 0.5 and it's good at 0.1. So I'm gonna put it at 0.1. The limiter, step width limiter is 0.1 as well. I know them. I'm just checking them to see how you need to check them, because I know that these are my settings. And then step 1 for binary search, I always keep it at 12 more or less. So right now you don't have any holes inside of this fractal. It's no longer broken. It's no longer fractured. It's no longer see-through. It's perfectly there. You can actually feel it's a solid object, and you trust it more. It exists more. Because what was happening before, like it looked like a very bad one. So an object, let me try to, no, that's not gonna work with this fractal. So I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna go back to these. So when your light is low, it's more or less always more interesting. Again, since this is what we're doing, look, Navigator is showing us this. How is this the same as this one? Imagine, like it's so different, it's unbelievable. So what we can do in the Navigator is we can press high quality and it gets better. So what I'm doing here, I'm inserting in from parameter of the main navigator, and I just have a very fake bad image that is not representative of what I have. It's too far. So what we can do is we just press high quality and we have something back. Now, this allows us to modify the amazing surf formula, as I told you, with these two settings. First one, Julia mode on. Look, it already looks interesting. And we go to this one here, the set of settings, and we go to the last one, and sphere or cylinder should be 0. This helps this fractal become much more interesting. And then we can change the coordinates of the Julia axis to create crazy stuff. Let's check this out. So we're from this image going to that image, just changing, axes that are fractal axes inside of the main fractal object that we have. Now, when we see something that we like, I'm gonna leave it for render and like have a short break, and then we can come back. Now, I think this object will need some colors, some sort of color. I prefer using a map in this case because the result's just not good enough. So you see how you're separating right now, like different roads, different heights, different things inside of the fractal. Because if you don't use the colors correctly, or if you don't experiment enough, you're just not gonna know how complex it is and how is it situated into the 3-dimensional existence. So what we're doing here, guys, we're in the lighting mode, sorry, lighting, not lightning. And we added map number 7 to our map for diffuse color inside of object, inside of lighting 1. And I'm just trying to find a sweet spot to have a high-end render of that sweet spot. As I said, text experimentation, there's no way I'm gonna know where the map is gonna be with this specific fractal. I just know what to experiment with. It's always exciting. It's never like the same task repetitive, honestly, with this program. I like many moments, but I just need something a bit obscure. Like we need toned down colors. That's what I'm looking for. And something that shows us the road. We're close. It's kind of like that, but with less brown. I think this is working. Like I now understand what I'm doing because I changed them so many times. I know in correlation what they're doing. So this is kind of the feel that I want. Almost, you know, if we have time, I would put more effort into it. Because this is the tweaking part. This is what takes time actually. Now, every time you want to render and you want to change the dimension, you want to make it bigger, you can't forget that you want to preserve your calculation. And the thing is, you forget, like it's always in this hidden part where then you render and you're like, what happened? It's because you changed the pixel size of your image and the calculation got affected. So we're just trying right now. That's good. I'm going to just change the lighting a little bit. Probably try to add a position light, maybe. So it feels too big because I'm putting a light and it's not even like it's small, relatively it's small. See what I mean? That not all fractals have the exact same size. They get pretty different. And let's try rendering this with a bit higher. So it's a 4K thing. Post process is off. Probably leave it at 3K. And this is changing. So let's do 0.1. Lightning should be at, sorry, post process should be hard shadows. Let's try. And I'm doing a small risk because usually I would render on a smaller scale than go that big, but I think we're good because it's just hard shadows. Maximum, we have an ugly render. We're learning. So let's put the viewing like this. So we see what's going on. And this is my segue into the break. Okay. Gonna mute my mic and stop my video for 5 minutes exactly. See you in 5. Hello guys, and we're back. Before seeing the render, let's like I was just thinking that the presentation I just showed you is only accessible right now by the link that I sent you. So, you know, when you see this underline, it's going to be a link. And for example, the first one will take you to Design Morphine official webinar class. If you press Zouhair El Helou, it will take you to my website. What I'm going to do after this class, you can, like on my website on webinars, the first one that I have here is the Fractal Macrocosm one. So I'm going to add, yeah, the start is 0. So instead of this starts in, I'm going to have the presentation here and you can download it. And if you know someone who wasn't able to attend, make sure you send it to them. You send them the link. If not, if you can't access it from chats or whatnot, I'm going to keep it here. Yeah. So I'm going to keep it for a while for you guys to, you know, retrieve it and whatnot on elhellozohair.co/webinars. Let me copy this here real quick. So it's the first webinar on top of the page. And make sure you click all of the links inside of the presentation because it's very useful, especially for a beginner on Mandelbulb. Anyway, let me close these. Let me go back here. Okay, cool. So we need to cover 360 real quick. It's only a small option inside of Navigator. Yeah, we covered pretty much, and I'm honestly happy because I even thought some things I'm not gonna have the time to mention them. So that's awesome. So let's go now to camera, as stated here for 360. Interesting enough, I'm talking about Facebook too much today, but Facebook has cool options for Mandelbulb. I think, I don't know why, you know, like you can add 3D stuff, panoramic stuff. You can use other platform or other websites to create like an embed link for your website, for example. You can add a 360 fractal that people can, you know, just use their phone and see it as an AR or whatever. So yeah, it's just like this app of the social media platform is harnessing the powers of, you know, our phones to do these things quite easily. It's not like I'm endorsing any social media account or anything or a platform. So it's not about that. It's more about just sharing your work. And the Facebook group, by the way, is one of the biggest support machines you have. Like you have inside of it docs, you have formulas, you have common problems. Some people are doing like are hacking Mandelbulb 3D probably and doing like experiments with it so we can download other versions, and it's pretty cool. It's definitely a rabbit hole. And they do challenges. So you can copy the code of the challenge and do it on your own and like compete with other people and they vote who's got the better one. So, you know, the community will help you a lot grow. And honestly, like without the community, I have saved, I mean, if you don't do the community thing, you're going to have a lot of time in order to improve, to learn, like to spend hours and hours on learning and watching tutorials. And most of them are not tailored to having like info per minute that are relevant to what you need. So you're gonna have to watch 20 minutes to use 1 minute, 2 minutes of it. So it's not gonna work without the community. That's why I would say it's a great help, especially on the part where you can see download formulas. So this is like even the person here, like this artist and coder who that has download formulas is creating his own one on Unreal Engine. So you have like people creating their own Fractal software. They improved so much from being an administrator of a Facebook group and then guiding the community towards the future of this Fractal art. That's interesting. So let's go back and not bad. So this is how big it is. This is our render. it kind of looks like taken from space or of a planets in a way. I'm gonna keep it 1 of 1 to keep it as big as possible. So what we're doing here is we're viewing, and if we save, we're gonna save it, badly as is. So honestly, 1/2. So I will sacrifice half of how big it is to have a better quality. I'm gonna save it as PNG, and let's see. Oops, it's this one. I think it's not bad. I would have done it minimum double as big because that's what you need to do. And we have too much highlights in it, but this is because of time. So it's okay. Like I know the problems that we're facing in it, but it's good. And you see how hard shadows hit. So you see this shadow here hitting the ground that didn't exist before the render with hard shadows. And this gives light a better propagation within the fractal. It looks more like a NASA picture sometimes. I mean, this photo with the right modifications, like taking into consideration highlights, would be perfect. So that's it for this render. Now we have a common error of Mandelbulb just breaking, not working. So you see what's going on right now. This is common. Let's close it. No problem. Like the creators of it knew it's gonna crash so much, so they literally save every minute. So thank you for both, because it has a problem, but you can mitigate it easily. So I'm gonna add amazing surf again, because amazing surf is like this tapestry of things, right? So I'm gonna add amazing surf. Calculation is going 0.1, not 1.0, which is hugely different. Sorry, 0.1. And this one 0.1, and this one 0.2, for example. So I'm closing the holes, yeah, the gaps, so that it's the right quality. And let's get it 1400. Again, calculation changed. I'm changing it back. All right. Let me move further like that. And just gonna add some color here, because yeah, I'd like to see it a bit. So I don't want to think too much about the colors right now, because that's not our project. And what we're trying to do is to show you how to do the panoramic stuff. So you remember at the bottom right of the navigator, you can open the right one for adjustment panel for the formulas. And the other button up down, this one opens the focus, out of focus kind of thing. And you have more of that. And not only the focus, the camera angle, so wide or telephoto, so zooming in or out as in the lens or the simulation of the lens that the software is creating. And here the camera is standard. So you have standard rectilinear panorama. Honestly, rectilinear, I don't use. I use standard, or I use panorama to create panoramas. So this is a panorama, and it doesn't look good right now, but this is literally an image that is in 360 degrees. So you can see it on a VR. You can use applications to see part of it, like on a 2D normal monitor, and then you can move around and check other stuff. One example is probably my Facebook. Like my cover photo on Facebook has this, because embedded in it, if you put a 360 photo, it's going to show it automatically. Like I can't do that on Twitter. I can't do that on Instagram. I can't do that on any like normal social media platform, to add a 360 photo that when people are like scrolling down or moving their phone, they can actually see proportionally to that location, as if it's real, as if it's a 360 that you took of a real place. So it's interesting. Anyway, inside of Navigator, just press Pano. Again, it's on the lower part of the extension that opens up. And that's it. View to main, you render it, definitely. It doesn't take too much time because now we're kind of far away. And you save that. You save that pic normally, like a PNG. I'm gonna open it just like for the sake of it, but it's not gonna be interesting because you need some sort of a program to open it with, like a website, 360 viewer website, or any software. So it's pretty easy to visualize it. So this is our panorama image. It doesn't look much right now, but this should be extended and experienced in a 360 kind of setting. Now, in order to put it back, I will press standard. I'll put it back into normal, view to main. And let's just change this fractal in terms of a formula animating it. And that way we would have passed in all of the settings that we had. So we start with the main window. We go to Navigator. Navigator will allow us to edit the formula. We open this side extension. We go to the formula values. We can switch between formulas. In this case, we only have one. We go to Julia values. We put Julia mode on because it makes the amazing surf formula more interesting. Sphere or cylinder should be at 0. We can then, in that case, view to main because we did a lot of changes and we need to see. So the background, which is always black, yellow and blue, but honestly, it's ugly. So I'm gonna just change it. Let me try, like something dark and something gray. Actually, I want the contrary. So I'm just changing the background colors right now. And let's go a little bit. I just opened Navigator. Let's go a little bit down. So if we press F1, F2, which affects the far plane, you can see F1 will make the far plane more obscure or having less of it. And then we can view to main again. I'm gonna go back here. So while this is still loading in view to main, we can load it in Navigator already. Like it's already here, it's good. You know what I mean? Like because Navigator doesn't show you the final version, you can already use it. And because it has like coordinates and whatnot, while this one loads. So you can like save time doing that. So inside of Navigator, let's try to change the formulas. And, let's just start with Julia values right now. Okay. So this was 0. I'm going to put it back to 0. Since I'm Navigator, where I change the formula and where I create the animation and where I change my camera settings, I'm going to press F. Inside of Navigator, F sends it to the animation maker. So this is our first frame. Then we can grow this fractal. I'm going to keep the camera in the same place and grow this fractal, like have something grow out of it. Having it like move. So that's our second one. So I just pressed F a second time to add another frame. And that's another F. And let's go in a bit or like upwards and have more changes and then have it loop. All right, let's see what we did. So press the F like 5 times. We have 250 frames. And we look at the preview here, which is its own kind of rectangle. We will use 3 minutes of render preview. No, that's a lot. What we're gonna do, we're gonna render every, like, I don't care about this number. It can be up to 10. I just want it to be less than a minute just to preview what's going on. So I'm gonna put it 10, scaling down. I don't need to scale down too much. Actually, I wanna like split the difference. Yeah, that's good. It's not a loop. I wanna have a loop as a second option. So what we have here is like, I'm gonna have a little bit of a longer time for rendering the preview. So I know it's small, but when you export it, it's big. I'm sure you know that. I'm just previewing it. But what we have here, like we actually have much more frames than what we're seeing. So we have like this tapestry that changes, morphs, and we are going into it and looking at it, which is very interesting. But remember, this is like a gray one. I left it colorless. I didn't work with the lighting. I usually have 6 lightings and one light map and one height map and you name it. But in this case, I'm just doing the basics, just showing you how to move things as like a white clay almost. Like, so you don't think a lot about what's the object inside, especially that when you color this one and you see how we're opening it, like it's opening up into itself, you will have colors being introduced that you might not want to. So color is part of the experimentation, you know, because you're opening the fractal and like stuff are appearing out of nowhere and you didn't know that's going to happen because you can't know this like 4-dimensional object, how it works. You got to test. And basically what you just did is like have the whole workflow except for just exporting the video. And you can't export video from Mandelbulb. And that brings me to this point. You can only export frames, photos, and then you put them in a video editing software, and then the video editing software will make the video for you by constructing the frames, compounding them, putting them into a group, whatever you want to call it. Every software calls it something. But you cannot export any video format from Mandelbulb. You can only export photos, BMP, PNG, JPEG, and then make them into an image. But remember that you can still export the Z buffer too, which is how some people work and color their fractals, not in Mandelbulb, but in After Effects, and they do a much better job. So you can export your animation files with the Z buffer, which is the 3D axis, which has data basically for where is the fractal situated in spherical coordinates. And any software understands that in terms of like any software that is like After Effects. Final Cut doesn't, for example. And you can use that to trace where it is and color it and have probably like crazy stuff happen to it and change the texture even. Like you can go much more further because right now you are outside of this workflow that is limiting for you. You have 2 pieces of data, you put them together and you can create something that no one could even imagine came out of Mandelbulb because again, it's based on CPU. It's a 32-bit software. It's written 12 years ago and it's a bit analog, like the feel of it is a bit analog and it's not updatable as much as it could. But we're thankful, you know. It's very fun and it never gets old. Honestly, it never gets old. Like it's crazy. I always thought like at some point the software is gonna become less trendy, but I'm seeing that more and more people are interested in it. At least like experimenting with it because it's becoming a classic into the fractal generating softwares. Mandelbulb 3D, that is. With this, I think I gotta cover some file formats and then we can move on to purely receiving questions. So, okay, we covered saving as M3I. We didn't, by the way, but we will now. So let's save a complete M3I, which is in Mandelbulb 3 complete SD, yeah, if you're on Photoshop. So that's the equivalent of that. So we can save an M3I, and I'm going to show you the difference. It's pretty simple. And this is an M3P. So if I want to open an M3i, you see, if I want to open an M3i inside of the main window, I pressed open M3i, I can see a preview of it. Exactly, like this is it. This is the difference. It's going to be a bigger file as well. If I want to open an M3P, I just don't know what I'm looking at. So I just pressed open M3P, and Mandelbulb automatically is showing me this M3 parameter folder inside of its root files, system files. So inside of the system files of Mandelbulb 3D, we have tons of parameters that we can just open. You don't have to. I'm just showing you that, it will show you this. And I just saved an M3P. So I'm going to try to open that, and it tells you there's no preview available. So all of these that we're just seeing here don't have any preview. You just need to open them. You need to render them, and then you know what's going on. Or else you just don't know. That's how it works. So we're covering M3i. It's a full file. And you can add an image to it. Like, you can add an external image. You know what I mean? Like, you can have an M3i, and it has the image that the software can read inside of it. But you can have a separate image, like a JPEG or whatever, by the side of it. And you do that when you have like a decent project that you worked on a lot, and you're gonna save M3is. You're not experimenting anymore. You want to actually save the project and re-explore it in the future. M3P is the same, just without a reference image and without a preview image. So Mandelbulb cannot see what they're doing, but it's going to be a smaller file. Now, interestingly, you can save an image plus parameters. So it's kind of a hybrid, right? So you can save an image plus parameters. So it's going to be a JPEG or a PNG, and it's going to have parameters attached to it, like a text file that has parameters. And then the last one is copied to clipboard. We know that now because we can open from clipboard and we can save to clipboard. Save pick, we covered that you can save as PNG or BMP. JPEG is the only compressed version. So it's going to have a lower file size, but it's going to have a decent quality. ZF is actually the black and white thing that we see. It's going to be actually from white to gray to black because it will show you the levels of depth of the image, and it's very useful with third-party applications to give depth to the image. Again, we see kind of that into the animation files where you add Z buffer to it. So Z buffer repeats here on the main window and inside of animation. Inside of tools, we have voxel stacks, which allows us to export into a stack, like slices of PNG. You can use softwares because people are asking me about .obj. You can convert these into OBJ. You can, that's the thing. It's not the most perfect workflow, but you can do workarounds, Like you can have data that represent a 3D object that can be printable, but this was made before 3D printers were even like in the market. So it doesn't have the support for it, but you can convert it. And I see people doing amazing stuff with 3D printing fractal art, amazing stuff. Like crazy things, like crazy details, even in like materials that are very hard, to work with. So it's possible, and it's out there. And DeviantArt is full of these. And I don't want to give like examples right now, but you probably have like 4 artists that I know of that are making amazing 3D printed fractals, and even a chessboard and stuff that look just amazing and great material. So you can use voxel stack instead of tools, or alternatively, you can go to BT tracer, and this will create a mesh. And a mesh is very useful for, for all of these. So good luck with your meshes. I think the software has it has more solutions than it has problems. And it's definitely opening up like realms for us. It has been free all of this time, and you can actually check Fractal forums that Design Morphine sent a link from them, and it's full of like tutorials. And there's even a page that I don't want to include here because it's going to be confusing, but they have web pages that cover everything, literally. there are probably 4 tutorials about voxel stacks, only about that. People what like they experimented with it, their workarounds. They might have paradoxes. Each one is finding their own solution. So you might want to learn from 2 people and find your, your best spot. But basically, you can get out of like this program and have pictures. I have seen it in an exhibition in New York by a Dutch artist, and he did an amazing job with like covering the walls and everything with fractals. And they were very, very high quality. You don't even believe like Mandelbulb did these, but his workflow is actually Mandelbulb, Z-Buffer, After Effects, which is one of the simplest workflows. And you can go into 3D printing, definitely. You can create your panoramas. You can create even your VR or a 360 degrees video inside of that. So in order to do that, even though I don't cover it in this webinar, but you can try because you know how to do the photo. So you just, what you did in Pano, you basically do that and you work with Panorama and you can actually create a 360 degrees panoramic video inside of a fractal, which is insane. Like if you actually can control the settings, it's literally an insane experience that doesn't resemble anything. I think with this, we've reached the point of me just trying to remember if there's something that I missed or something important that I should talk about and cover, at least in like medium depth. But I'm open for questions, so let me check the chat. Okay, I'm gonna read the question. I don't see to trace as an option in my program Rhino 3D that I'm using along Grasshopper. I don't use STL step or object in just for step. To trace file. How does it get to trace? So let's talk about to trace. So B tracer 2, use this with MeshLab because it's creating meshes. From MeshLab, you can then create a workflow that is related to OBJ. Keep in mind that my personal expertise in rendering these objects are not within like the classical way of just doing Blender stuff and whatnot. So I do know about the workflow, but I don't have the hands-on experience enough to actually tell you exactly what to do. But I know that B2 Tracer and MeshLab works great together. You can also, you probably will use ZBrush with this. Let me just type these. And you can clean your fractal and you can then have it as OBJ and have it in other software. There's also the ray tracing solution. So these fractals, interestingly, can be done on our phone, on iPhone. So even though we're using, so let's talk about like computing power. A fractal doesn't require a lot of computing power because it's a self-iterative function. It's repeating on itself. So it's using the least power or energy possible of computing. So that has limits, like it's still using energy and power. But the way this works, I mean, you can actually, like, for example, I'm gonna give an example. Like when Mandelbrot, the mathematician that invented the word fractal, he was working at IBM. And IBM had the best computers, and only him and few academics had access to them. And he was able to render the first fractal using their computers. And then Star Wars went on and actually rendered the whole planet in the 80s that needed so much computing power. Back then, it was impossible, but they were able to render a complex planet using fractal math because fractal math is repetitive and uses the least computing power possible. So back then, computers were like basically small calculators, and they were able to create this amazing effect that people were like surprised with because they were able to imitate nature in a very efficient way using fractal math with limited computers in order to attain this visual effect that created a cult in science fiction. So, not only fractals are part of our hardware, you can do art with them, obviously, as today we're learning, but you can go much further and understand that so many things are working only because fractal math was discovered and that we understand it. In order to fit things in a small space, in order to understand chaos theory, you need fractal mathematics. Now I realize what we're doing is an artistic endeavor and we're exploring it more in a creative way. But yeah, it's, you know, it's just you keep it in your system that literally everything is a fractal. And I like to call it like the 0, 1 or the binary code of the universe. And I'd like to think that if we are in a simulation, that is our code, or it's part of it at least. So our algorithm in this simulation, you know, hypothetically, would be z equals z squares plus c. Thank you so much. I spoke so much. I hope I didn't, you know, confuse you with anything or anything was not clear, especially with the obj files, because everyone asks me that, because it's a more modern workflow. So don't worry if you're like doing workarounds with Mandelbulb, that's the way it is, because you saw all of the files that you can export and they're not the best, right? You don't have so many options. Now I'm gonna check the Q&A and make sure. Yeah, so do I know how to make a fractal formula morph and change while recording a video of it? So that's one, of course, and I'm gonna do it again. So the way you do that, and we did it, by the way. So if you didn't notice, you need to make sure that you missed it. So it's good that you asked, so we all get it. I'm gonna go back to a simpler formula. I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna add basic serve. It's gonna take too much time because we have settings from another fractal with a lot of colors. Let's simplify. Post-processing has hard shadows. Let's turn that off. Stop calculate. Okay, let's put this a bit. Okay, it's enough. Again. So how to animate a fractal while taking a video of it. So we're not taking a video, we're making a video. We're making the video out of separate photos, frame after frame after frame. And the way to move it is everything happens inside the navigator. So this is your first shot. Like this is how it begins. So you go into navigator and you press F. This adds the fractal. Oh, let me delete these. So this would add the fractal to the animator. So we have the first frame. Now, 50 frames later, which is 2 seconds, if every second is 25 frames, so 2 seconds, we keep it on the white side here. We go back to the navigator. So we're ready. Like whatever we're going to do changes right now is going to be 2 seconds later. Yeah. So we're into navigator right now. And we do changes, whatever. Like we morph it. Julia is not going to work because it's off. Anyway, I'm going to rotate X, Y, Z. So I rotate a little bit of X. And I press F. You see what happened? It was added there. So I pressed F in navigator. It was added to the animation 2 seconds later with the changes of the fractal moving. So right now I can press S, which goes back, okay, to see more of it. And I can do another change, like whatever, the Z axis and the Y, and the Y axis and the X axis, like morphing it. F. See what's going on here? Like this is a photo, another photo, another photo. The software will make the points between them. The software will create the points between them. So I'm gonna press loop animation so that it repeats. Render preview 35 seconds, very acceptable. Make it 40, render. You see it's moving already, like not the camera only is moving. I can keep the camera in its place, but I'm moving the fractal. It's changing. I'm gonna make more, like I'm gonna change it more just so you feel it more. So let's have more to it like this. F. So what F does, it sends this photo as a checkpoint, if you will. Yeah. It sends that point, or it's a keyframe really, to the animator. And then you decide how many photos you need between them. So this requires a little bit of knowledge in cinema or video editing. You just need to know, like, don't overcomplicate it. Every second in video is 25 images. So it's like 25 images that are made all in 1 second. And that's when video begins in our brain. It's actually 25, 24, but because of 50 hertz, it's 25 today on the digital world. So it doesn't matter. It's 25. 50 then is 2 seconds. Or you can have in every second 50 frames. So the video will have a high frame rate. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can research a little bit about it. I'm sorry, but it's fairly easy to understand. So once you understand that, because this is a key thing to understand, to know what you're doing, because you're literally working with like keyframes and subframes and what does 50 mean and like how fast is this going, and and you're rendering a preview that is so wrong. It's like a worse version of the navigator. Yeah, because your preview is so like small and it doesn't have frames for you just to see what's going on. Because when you actually render it, forget your computer for a couple of hours. Just forget it. Like calculate how much time will take to do one of these, and it's taking probably 15 seconds on average. It might take 1 minute with your new settings. So yeah, 800 frames is 800 minutes, and that's a lot. So that's how it works. Let's render it again. So we see it morphing, right? It's a material opening up, morphing on itself. I'm gonna do the same with the integer, because animating a fractal is probably the most daunting task, but once you get it, you just get it. Especially if someone explains it to you and you're not figuring out for yourself the stuff, because you do as tutorials say and it just doesn't work. So make sure you try it and make sure you ask me the questions for your own good, because sometimes you just lose stuff and it's just one button away from recovering. So this is our integer power, which is the Mandelbulb set again. For example, now navigate animations will be full of these, so they're not going to work together. I just pressed X to clear them. I go to navigator. Right. Okay, let's say I want it here at first. So that's frame number 1. And then I'm gonna move here and have, yeah, actually, let's have Julia mode on since the beginning, so we have an interesting thing. So I'm using the integer power and Formula 1, Julia mode on, add frame. That's an F. You can see it working here, right? In the background. You can see it like being added. And then I change whatever. I'm gonna like open it and then close it. So that's another F. And then I'm gonna start like closing and closing. Whatever, I'm doing random stuff to show as much movement as possible inside of the object. I'm not moving the camera anymore. So I'm looping the animation, render preview 40 seconds. Cool. Let's have it 1 minute. It's okay. Like I want you to see it better. 1 minute 44, but it's gonna be faster. But there's something weird. It's not moving, so there's something wrong. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong. So it didn't move actually. So they're all the same frame. So that must be a bug because you guys saw me changing the parameters. Cool. Let's try again. Okay, so we have a bug. So it's like just stuck there. So I'm gonna close it and restart it as usual. I do that every time. There's just no way. That's how it is. Awesome. Awesome, Brett. I'm glad that you tried the expert frequencies and it doesn't have to trace. No, to trace file type doesn't exist. It will export other file types. You know, we covered these. So it's not gonna be a straightforward solution. It's gonna be a workaround. Make sure that you know that. Uh, so that's the integer power again. Calculate 3D. Let's change the light real quick. You know, when you do that so many times, you just get the gist of it. 1K, definitely, this will change the calculation. 2.0, of course not, that's 1. Calculate. I need to animate to show them. So ambient, come on, leave it like that. That's better, whatever. So animations. I go to navigator. This is the first frame. I press F, I send it. This allows me to go back to navigator, sorry, and have another integer power. Let's go that way. That's another F. That's another F. Okay, let's see what's going on. So it's changing right now. Look at the objects changing. We fixed the problem. Loop animation, why not? Render every 7th frame, scaling down, cool. All right, so I know what happened. In that case, because I'm changing between states of the same fractal object, it's not doing the animation. So in order to actually do that, we need to add a formula 2 and like some sort of measure or, you know, for example, and here I can edit the second formula and switch it. So let me show you. It's gonna take just a sec. We go back to navigator, press F, send it to the animation. Now inside of the navigator where we added formulas, you go to formula number 2 because you want to add the second one because editing the first one doesn't make an animation, just like breaking up. It's like this form and then cut this form. It's not doing the smooth thing between them. And you change the scale, for example, it's definitely going to change this time. And that's an F. And then whatever, you know, you got to try to switch, like to create a story with the shape. Like, is it exploding? Is it going in a crescendo? What's going on? You got to have a feel for it and not think about the technical stuff, which is very hard. You just repeat and then you understand the tempo of it. So I think this one will be interesting. Let's render a preview. You see? So what I did is I changed formula 2 and look at it breathing. Our fractal is breathing right now. I think it's worth to put this like a bit bigger. So it doesn't matter the frame. I just don't want to scale it down. Okay, the best we can do is 7. Yeah, it's good. It's a lot. 2, come on. Okay. So I'm gonna just try to make a bigger one so you guys can see better, and I'm gonna save it. Thank you so much, Zymorphine, and you guys followed Zymorphine. They're awesome. I love them. Wow, I love this one. Honestly, it's the like it's the best one we did today, even though it's just like all I call them clay because I use white to explain and like not lose your focus on what's happening. You know, it doesn't matter. Forget the colors because the colors are a big distraction. So I'm gonna save this one actually. It's gonna be a cool memory from today's class. And again, I'm open for questions. I know you guys like ask me while we're at it. I like it. It's a bony kind of morphology. Paraoseus fractus or something. Yeah, it's a para bony. It's cool. Anyway, this is this is the program. You can do so much with it when it comes to art, and you can even print them into real life objects. I advise you to see workflows for that. If you want to go, immediately into 3D, that's awesome. But I wouldn't think about it first year. I was only learning and checking out who's like relevant in the field. Like that wasn't back in 2017. Um, and it was a great trip. It was a very hard trip. And there's so much more to the program that I could fill 6 hours of just talking about one window. And I call them window because every window is like has its certain program in a way, and they don't work equally and they're not updated equally. So let me check the chat questions. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm here until I make sure you guys are satisfied. You got it all. Make sure you try something out right now and let it not work so you can ask me, because believe me, you will get frustrated alone because you're not gonna find anything. Like the real problems you're gonna find online because you don't know what to ask. Like you're working, you're doing everything right, and sometimes even exactly as the tutorial is going, if it's on, if it's passive, but you just can't get to it. It doesn't work or it doesn't different error. It happens. You're welcome, Priscilla. I'm more than happy to be of help. So, um, I think I covered everything and on time. So I'm struggling to find something more to tell you about. So it's up to you. It's up to you and your needs.
Does anyone have any more questions? Or does anyone want to ask a question in video? We can bring you to video too if you want to if you raise your hand. We could bring you to video and audio, or you can ask more questions in the chat or Q&A. Still not finding the two trace mesh fluid.
So supposedly it's just straightforward that you get a mesh out and you can use MeshLab and edit it like any other mesh, basically. And if you notice here, you were asking, I think Brett or someone else was asking me about .obj. So if you notice, you can generate mesh, but you have the setting here, the safe type. You can use a mesh with vertex color, which is .ply, or you can use mesh with UV coordinates, which is .obj, or B2 tracer cache, which is B2R2 cache, which I think you're not going to use that. Or don't save, only preview, Like you have all of these options, and I advise you to like try them and see what kind of post process you want to use with your program. I hope you can see it. I think it's too small. It's inside of bulb tracer 2 and it's safe type. So right now my output file is going into meshes, into mb3d mesh.ply. So I don't work with ply. You know what I mean? So it's up to you to decide why or where you want to use it. And there we go. That's the obj option. I wasn't sure where it was, but here it is.
Yeah. I mean, generally, I probably wouldn't bring this kind of geometry into Rhino. Because Rhino is just too slow for this kind of stuff. If we were to bring it anywhere to mess with afterwards, probably Cinema 4D or Houdini or ZBrush. These are kind of softwares that can handle this kind of super dense meshes at bigger resolutions. If you brought it into Rhino, probably have to be very low resolution, or you're going to be waiting a while and struggling a bit.
Exactly. And just for the, just to show you, so I'm not using my PC here, so I don't have the proper software for .objs. I don't know, this is a video editing one. Anyway, what I just did is I just saved one mesh with vertex colors and one mesh with UV coordinates. So if you look here, I have two folders, which is how it's supposed to be. And one is .ply. Sorry, like they're both 3D objects, but one is ply and one is a .obj. That's interesting, Brett. So for your question, no, it does. It does only one keyframe. The way to circumvent that, you can actually export your animation files into JPEG, BMP, whatever, your photo files, and have a Z buffer with them. So right now you have your the coordinates of them. So you can create like animations on top of them, basically. So you mix your photos, which become frames, with the Z buffer, which is the third axis, the 3D axis, and then you can add on to that. So like there's a lot of workarounds. I saw this with After Effects. I used it kind of once, but I don't like, I like to keep it analog and classical. Like I like to keep things inside of Mandelbulb as much as I can. Because or else I can just go on Unreal Engine and have the new version that is like very realistic and whatnot, and it has the whole workflow, but it's not the same thing. Yeah, there's something lost, which is like this analog kind of. Yeah, it's time.
Any more questions? If there's no more questions, anything else you want to show?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I see one in question and answer, which is
Yes.
yeah, which is not relevant to the software, I think, right? Like, are you asking me about screenshots? I'm not sure.
Can you please tell how to come very close, like really, really close, very close? Maybe they mean like a
I think they
super
mean
zoomed in to the mandible.
like here, like this one. So it's just a software called I don't know. um, like whatever. Just Googled it today, to take screenshot or whatever.
No.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, that's it. The snipping tool. So are
He
you
means
snipping?
no, he's meaning the like
Okay.
to get closer in Mandelbulb 3D, like to in the
Ah,
geometry, like
yeah.
to be like really zoomed in and close to the.
It's pretty straightforward. You just zoom in with your position in space. So you just do that, which is W.
Yeah, just use W and zoom
No,
in and in and
yeah.
in and in.
You're using depth, so you're using this background, which is fine when you zoom in. So you press F2 so you have more in the background. Maybe you don't want too much, something like that. But like this is very dense. It's all there. So you can zoom even more.
And theoretically, you can just go forever, right?
Exactly. Sometimes like the software bails on you, but theoretically, it doesn't end. It's infinite. But like at some points, it doesn't have any more data like here. So you can see clearly that there's like missing chunks and you don't want to go there, you know. But you even learn what kind of fractals to mix together so you don't get there. So the amazing surf doesn't get there. It's very hard for it to lose this like integrity, I would say, structural integrity of it. But an integer, which is the basic fractal with Manger, is gonna do that. Like you will have the experience when you use it. And the first thing that I do with fractals is I zoom in because that's how you see the quality of it. because they have qualities, they're not all equal, and not all hybrids are the same. And yeah, you gotta zoom in. So yeah, I thought it's clear. Like you just zoom in, you move in. You just move in with W. And when I first got on the program, I would forget, but you open this open close parameter panel on the bottom of the navigator, and it gives you like E, A, D, C, Q, and it gives you the coordinates and how to move. It's like gaming, basically.
Yeah. You can even, I remember at one point I was using like alpha maps also to influence the fractal. I don't know. Yeah, it's doing some stuff like this. Like putting some faces and stuff in there. Oh, that's a cool animation.
I tried like to add a zoom in onto it. So, you're zooming in quite a lot. Even here, like we don't have so many frames, but it's very close.
I'm not sure what Brett's problem to resolve. Something again about two trace. Do you see it there?
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm trying to make sense of it because we are
Yeah.
going from Mandelbulb into MeshLab, not the contrary. So M3P is not going to open other than with Mandelbulb. It's never going to open anything else because it's a native format. And TwoTrace as well is a native format. I mean, it works as a native format with Mandelbulb. So I just exported an OBJ and yeah, like you saw the options that are there. So I think I don't understand the question because I thought I answered it. You know what I mean? Okay, perfect. Yeah. That's video though. And video, if you want to check for your question about the formulas that are futuristic, honestly, like all formulas are equal in a way, more or less, especially when you do hybrids. So if you look at this section here, and if you press on this one, it's honestly as futuristic as you decide, like you can look at these, you can mix whatever a square one with a biological one, and you will have a crazy world. And the different way that you mix them together, the different they interact together. Because you have many ways of mixing them, you have many ways of changing the settings between them. It's not at all equal. So you can have something geometric like 3D Bulbox, this one, and add to it a 3D BT1 Pine, which is very organic. Like everything that has spine in it is going to be organic. So that's how it works. Some of them, they don't look so promising, like the Kali, this one, but this Kali one, so where I have my mouse, if you put organic stuff with it, it's going to become crazy because it's going to have layers and layers of intermixing organic stuff. So it's up to your creativity,
By the way, this is a YouTube video. It shows how to like add, like the link I showed, like you can have faces and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you can add any 3D object, basically.
Yeah.
And mix them together.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You get some weird stuff.
Yeah. but I learned like to have, you know, to go up gradually with this
Yeah.
program. So when I tried to teach people that, they got overwhelmed and they're like, "Oh, cool," but they never actually did any of that because it
Yeah.
was so complicated. So you know, it's better to have it introduced to you. And if you work with 3D objects, you're not going to work with the abstract art of it. So it's you're missing out on actually exploring the fractals. Like you should explore the fractals, understand them and how absurd they are, and then go and have a 3D objects that you know, then you can mix them together. But if you begin with objects that you know already, like a 3D or a skull or whatever you know, it's not the same. You're gonna count more on what you know and not what you lack. So it's more interesting to like get lost in it and then find your niche.
Well, yeah. Um, Anyone else with any question?
So Vido is asking me actually, is there a limitation while mixing formulas? Yes, and it will be so obvious because sometimes you mix two formulas, they don't work. First of all, it will give you an error. If not, it might just show you nothing. Sometimes it crashes, and sometimes you will feel it's everything is lagging. So your Mandelbulb is not liking these two formulas together because they're not supposed to be together. And the link that I sent where you have all of the formulas, they actually give you some tips, you know, on like mix these escape time formulas with these for the A formulas, you know, like, and then you'll get it. You're not gonna put like two main formulas together because they're gonna work together. It's gonna create problems. You want a formula with a modifier to it. So some formulas are like full formulas, and some of them are like modifiers that you just like they're modular. Like you put them onto something like a plugin, and it will change stuff within that. But that's like that takes so much time to go through them because also the names are confusing. But basically, mix a 3D or a 4D formula with the IFS formula. That's like simply how I can like put it as fast as possible. Yeah, like the 3DA or 3D and 4DA, 4D are the main ones. Mix with them other stuff and not them together. That's how it works. So there's a question I'm answering by typing. Anonymous attendee, when you scroll around, is there a button to push to get the object to go back to the middle of the screen? Yes, we already had this happen. Let me show you again. So basically, sometimes you have that. So you have this lost object, or you lose it completely. So that's what we have here. We lost the object. You stay into the sorry. So in the main window in position, you press reset and you calculate 3D, and it's gonna give you a top shot centered of it exactly how it should be. And then you can go to navigator, press parameter to insert from main window, zoom in, do whatever you want. And there we go.
Okay, well, I guess we can end the webinar here on this image. Yeah, thank you everyone for attending. Thank you, Zouhair, for doing it. Um, and yeah, looking forward to future ones and next events. And just a reminder to everyone that when the video is done processing, the link will be sent. And to keep up to date with our upcoming events and future webinars. So some people are saying some hearts there. Um, And yeah, this was an interesting one. And yeah, if you make something cool, post it, tag us, we'll reshare it. So love to see what kind of mixes you come up with. Um, thanks again, Zouhair. Until next time.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.